even without entering the venue back at that time. Okay, but now we're here in 2023. And we are connected on all kinds of channels. We are trying to get better and better. We are streaming everywhere. And yeah, if you want to share anything about the event and you want others to see it, please use the hashtag FOSSASIA. And if you want us to retweet it or to reshare it on any platform, Mastodon or wherever, please also at FOSSASIA. We are also on these platforms. Cool. And yeah, many are already on the Telegram chat. Please use this QR code, join the public Telegram chat here to connect with others. I see a lot of people already posting photos, a lot of things going on, so it's a great place to exchange here with the people on site and yeah, just connect. Cool, yeah, so what else is happening? Okay, so we all know we're not yet back to after Corona times. Still a lot of people can't travel or travel is super expensive. Also, there are changes in the industry. Some people are changing jobs. Actually, we also had a lot of people, they said they can come, they have the funding and so on, and then suddenly they have to yeah, look for a new opportunity. So that means still a lot of people want to join, but they cannot join yet on site. So we are streaming on a lot of different platforms. Right now, the stream has already started here on YouTube. It's streamed on Twitter. It's streamed also on Asian platforms here, Bilibili, WeChat, Huodongxing Live, also like with the help of our partners like Kaiyuanshe and Segmentfold in China. So pretty cool to connect and to keep this running. So who's organizing this event? Of course, it's FOSSASIA, it's the community, but we also have like other partners, and we're very glad to be back here in the Lifelong Learning Institute that is set up by Skills Future SG. So big round of applause to our host and co-organizing partner. Then we have also like community projects and other companies on board. For the first time here, already with a very big booth, you saw it on the ground floor, Open EULA and the Open Atom Foundation. Thank you very much. And yeah, a few companies that have been engaging for years, already for some time. Long-term contributor and long-term partner, MySQL, MySQL, and Oracle. We have Rundeck by PagerDuty on board, nice booth with like green printouts on the ground floor. And we have OnlyOffice here and Google. So thanks to our gold sponsors. And also some new sponsors. We know privacy is a big topic, so VPN is a topic. ExpressVPN is providing these services. YDB is here. Grafana Labs with Angel Hack and Mercari. Thank you guys for joining the event. We're looking forward to meet you. And we have business partners. You can find them in the exhibition and connect with everyone, as well as educational partners. If you're looking like for like changing career or some upgrading of your skills, please check out our partners in the exhibition hall. And of course, last but not least, like a lot of communities, a lot of companies use them. They are here in the exhibition, but also communities are in the exhibition presenting their projects themselves. So really excited to have all of you on board. Big round of applause for everyone. Okay, so if you're online and if you're watching us through a stream here, then also check out the online exhibition. We have a virtual exhibitions area where you can check out all these projects. On the left-hand side, just click on exhibition and you will see much more information and connect with the projects and companies directly. So what's happening this year here? There's a QR code. You can scan it like to get direct access to the schedule. We have many different tracks again. Actually, this year I want to mention like foremost like hardware track. It seems like a lot of people are interested in hardware and chips. There's a lot of developments with RISC-V because I can see who clicks. Yeah, I'm sorry, like it's private, but like we still want to know what people are interested in. A lot of people click on hardware, so pretty cool, like big strong hardware track. But followed also by cloud tracks. databases, so professional services, that's what a lot of people are interested in, and that's why we also have like quite a lot of space for these topics here in the event. Security, of course, like we have a dedicated security track, even though you find a lot of security topics also on other tracks. I mean, everything is related. Blockchain and finance, it's a bit less, but like people really looking into the technology, it's interesting. Inner source, how to bring open source processes into companies. We have a robotics track here, big robotics community in Singapore. Standards, of course, web mobile, and yeah, of course, kernel and platform. So everything is related, right? We have some Linux topics in the cloud and DevOps tracks, like regarding containers, but also like focus on actually Linux and other platforms directly in the platform track. So a lot going on, and I hope you also know about our social events in the evening. Already yesterday we had a workshop, workshop, yeah. So we had people walked around and had a view in the city. Who was there? Who participated? Yeah. Was it good? Did you like it? Yeah? Thumbs up? Okay, happy faces. Excellent. Okay, cool. So a lot is going on, social event on Friday, and we also succeeded to make a bit of gear again, and we have t-shirts. Actually, a lot of people, as I said, can still not participate. So we dedicated 500 t-shirts to send out to online participants. If you're an online participant, please post a message, ask a question, and then share the link with us, and you will enter the lucky draw to win one of those 500 shirts, which we are sending out. Just to say ahead of time, like some postal services don't operate perfectly, but like in the last year, we achieved to deliver 95%. Sometimes it's a challenge in Asia, but 95% were delivered, and we want to repeat that. People like post their t-shirts later on, they really feel connected, so we're happy to do that. And yeah, not everything is about online. You guys are here, more people coming in. We have, of course, also shirts here for you. So if you contribute to a session, if the speaker says thumbs up, there was a person really like he helped me solve a bug, or like he asked a good question, or some good input, then you also have the chance to get a t-shirt here on site directly at the sessions. Moderators will have the vouchers for you. Cool. So don't miss out the social event Friday evening. Talk to the registration if you need more information. In the past we had Indian dance, but you know, Singapore is a diverse country with many like different backgrounds. So this year we invited Malay dance. It's also Ramadan at the moment. So after after the day when people can eat and can be together happily, like a nice Malay traditional dance fits in very well. So that's what we want. Yeah, karaoke, photo booth. Yeah, just join us for the social event. Get the information at the registration. Cool. So that's all from me. And yeah, I'm interested to hear a bit more about the topic that we have here, sustainable world. We had this big topics about Corona, but also we have climate change. We have a lot of topics, and it's all the question, how can we make a sustainable world? And I invite Hong Phuc, founder of our FOSSASIA organization here on stage to share a bit more about us and her ideas about this topic. Hong Phuc, please join us.
Well, good morning, everyone. So actually, what is the idea? It's already on the slide. I don't have so much more to say. Open source, open technology for sustainability. That's all we want to do during the conference and during the FOSSASIA Summit. But I do prepare some notes that I want to share with you. First of all, once again, welcome to the FOSSASIA Summit. People in the room and also our online participants who've been following us on the stream. I want to say hello also to our broadcasting team from China. I know that they are watching us right now. I hope that you are all right over there. Let's say I remember a year ago when we first started to talk about the FOSSASIA Summit 2023. Within the team, we were so unsure whether we can make it happen again in person. As you know, after COVID, a lot of tech conference no longer organize in person. But then I'm very glad that after several discussion and then a lot of thinking, we once again can have the FOSSASIA Summit in person here in Singapore. Thank you very much for coming here today, for being with us today, especially those who travel from outside of Singapore. I understand how difficult it is to travel these days. And yesterday I met someone, a few people came to the exhibition a day earlier, and they told me that that was their first time ever travel outside of their country. And some people came from abroad to Singapore for the first time. So welcome, newcomers. I'm sure that you would like to come back again to the summit, similar to many return faces that I see here today. Welcome back. You know who you are. Thank you very much for being here. Again, for those who are new to the conference, this is an annual event. So we've been running this event for the past 14 years. And the reason why we are doing this stay the same. So we want to gather developers, technologists, and individuals who are passionate about open source technology and believe in its potential to transform the world. In the past few years, 4 or 5 years, we have seen so many significant challenges. The pandemic has profound impact on all of us, on every aspect of life. And I just want to mention again our main developer in 2021, who also never got a chance to travel overseas before he passed away during the pandemic, the main developer of event system. We just want to take a moment to think of him, Arif Jaman. And beside the pandemic, a lot of other challenges, climate change continues to be a pressing concern that affects all of us in the region, so we can understand it very well. And political polarization, social unrest have also been on the rise, with many countries experiencing wars, protests, and civil unrest. Overall, the last few years have been marked by challenges, but also by when we have challenges, we also have more lights. We see the potential for positive changes. The theme of FOSSASIA Summit this year is open technology for a sustainable world, which I believe more important than ever before. Open technologies is one way we can help to address the issue that the world is facing right now by enabling us to create and share sustainable solutions that benefit everyone. I first started to involve in open source back in 2007, and I'm happy that I can continue to be engaged and continue to work with the open source community. Open source software and hardware can really create a world where innovation is driven by collaboration and not competition. When we work together, we can achieve great things and create a better world for ourselves and also the future generations. Over the next few days, we will have the opportunity to learn from the most talented and innovative people in the open source community. We will hear from experts from the fields of AI, cloud, cybersecurity, open robotics, kernel, operating system, and many more. Mario already mentioned briefly earlier. We also have workshops where you can get hands-on experience. And of course, next to the conference group program, we have the exhibition. Yes, I don't know if you noticed already, we have the in the center, the photo geometry scanner that's been set up just last night, and more than 40 projects by leading companies in the tech industry and also well-established open source projects. Beside that, there's also a few local, very young developers community building blocks. So this is a group of local Singaporean students who are really into technology and open source. They are running a series of workshops here tomorrow in the evening as well. We have community coming from the region. We have a FOSS community coming from Korea. Are you here? You guys are here? Yes, so you are over there. So we have community coming from Taiwan. Goskop, are you here in the room? No, probably at their booth. Then we have also community from China, of course. Anyone from China here? Yes, Kai Yonshu, someone from China. Yes, and of course we have people coming from Japan. So just like a few regional communities. If you want to meet them, I invite you to join the exhibition. Finally, what I want to say is, as I said, so the message is we are here doing what we always believe in: technology, open source technology, collaboration, sharing. We believe that this is the way how we can build a sustainable world. Finally, as Melody mentioned, but I just want to say again, without the support of Skill Future SG and Lifelong Learning Institute, this not have been possible. And of course, our sponsors and partners, thank you so much for your commitment, for your support to the FOSSASIA Summit the past decade. And thank you all once again for being here. I wish you a productive and enjoyable FOSSASIA Summit. See you later.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker will be Mr. Marco Antonio Gutierrez. Yeah, Marco, please come over, set yourself up while I introduce you. Marco will talk about how open source empowers the robotics world, the robotics middleware framework in Singapore. Let me share a bit about Marco. Marco is a software engineer at Open Robotics. Open Robotics is like a community foundation, but also Marco works with companies like Intrinsic here in Singapore. And he has a PhD from the University of Extremadura in Spain. Contributed to a number of robotics and AI-related projects like RoboComp and the Point Cloud Library or Open Perception. He's also an organization administrator for Google projects, for example, Google Summer of Code. Okay, Marco, I see you already set up. Very good. So yeah, we are good in time, and here we go. Thank you very much for joining.
Hello. Thank you, everyone. First of all, I want to say it's very nice to see everyone in real life here after a few years, and I want to give a big thank you to all of you, because 2020 showed us that without you this is not possible. So a big round of applause for all of you for being here. Okay, so my name is Marco. From the Open Robotics team at Intrinsic, and I want to show you today a story of the robotics world. I wanted to tell this story because there's a lot of people that don't belong to the robotics world, so they're not aware of what's been happening there in that industry, and especially I want to show how open source and free software was a big enabler, and I think is the main reason that we have been evolving so fast and got us to this point in the robotics world. So this is a small GIF. It's a big video on YouTube, but this is a small chunk of it, of contributions to the ROS core, a visualization of the contributions. And I want to stop here to give a bit of a reflection on open source. I think that humanity grows as we collaborate together. So if we think about anything that we have, we could have not done it without the help of others, right? From a T-shirt to like a pen or computers, like anything, right? And I think through time we have found different ways of collaborating together, like enterprises, countries. Like there's many forms of collaboration, right? But they still pose boundaries to this collaboration. Like if you have an enterprise, you have to collaborate within the enterprise. If you have a country, you're not allowed to collaborate, or it's very hard to collaborate with other countries. Many of these barriers. And I think FOSS is bringing another dimension to this. So when we bring FOSS to humanity, like we're able to break these barriers and boost collaboration further from these boundaries. And this is a story of how that happened in the robotics world and how that helped really boost the development. So there's three main softwares that I want to talk about. So the biggest one is ROS, which is the main framework that we use in robotics. The second one is Gazebo, which is focused in simulation for robotics, because without simulation, robotics would not be possible. And the third one is OpenRMF, which is a multi-robot platform that we're starting to develop, and it's actually getting a big traction, and it's very relevant here today because Singapore is actually leading the adoption and the development of this software. All right, so a bit about ROS. So the problem with robotics back in the day was that in every single lab, so robotics had a story of where like it was mostly developed on robotics labs, institutes, research, and all that, and then suddenly towards the last few years, it's been moving towards the industry, right? So there's more industry, there's a bit less research. So at the time, it was mostly research labs, and then there was a lot of reinventing the wheel. Like you come up, you have to build a robot, you have to start from the scratch, you have to build this component, even though if your specialty is just perception, so you have to build every single thing from scratch, right? And that would lead to a lot of teams just focusing on one part and then not even developing the rest. So there was very, very few research teams that would have like an entire robot functioning. They would say, no, but I have this perception part, then I write my paper and that's all, right? But the robot is never working. So there was very, very hard to get like ready, like a full solution ready, right? So there was this, I would say company, part research lab called Wiro Garage that was started in Silicon Valley. And they started this PR2 program with this robot, and then they created a software for it that it was called ROS. And then they sent it to a bunch of robotics lab around the world, and then they started spreading the software. It was open source, and then all these research labs started doing the state-of-the-art research on this, and then this got published online, and then suddenly you could just use the software and then put it on your robot, and it would just run. And then you could do your research on top of that, right? So this reinventing the wheel stopped, and then we could all share our best contributions and then just improve it on what is our best specialty, right? And then after Willow Garage, the Open Source Robotics Foundation was created to protect the software, and then took over ROS, and now is still the owner of these projects. So what is ROS? So ROS gives four main areas. It provides four main features. The main one is the plumbing, which is the one that everyone thinks when they think about ROS. So basically, the plumbing is in robotics we use this concept of components that talk to each other. So basically, ROS will be just that framework. You could think about it like as a communication framework. So basically, it's that framework that connects your components to each other. They talk to each other, and it allows you to introspect what's going on, to debug, and all that. There's a bunch of tools that you can use. That includes the introspection tools that I mentioned, but also like visualization and many other tools that are built by the community. And then also you get like capabilities, like for example, you get the navigation framework. So you can just, you get a robot and then you put the navigation stack and then it's running. Like literally you can get a robot working in one afternoon. Like there's nothing else you need to do. Just install nav2 and get an app graph, and it's running. So that is very nice. And there's a whole ecosystem of the community where you can just go to this course, you can go to these community events, and everyone's there talking the same language, ready to help and ready to collaborate. So it's been more than 10 years of ROS, and this is the initial ROS that was created back at Willow Garage, and all the distributions that we've been having. But because of the change that I mentioned, switching to industry, ROS has become a bit more, like the requirements have become a bit more different, and there's more need for the product to be ready to market, security, and all these things. So ROS was rewritten at some point, and now it's ROS 2. So these are the current releases. There's a rolling release that is the main one that we use for updating the packages all the time, and then we just freeze it and make the release out of that. So the next one will be coming in next May, which is not there, is Iron Irvini. There's many robots running ROS in like autonomous cars, NASA robots. There's a picture of the defunct Baxter. But if you go to robots.ros.org, you will see an incredible amount of robots that run ROS. Startups, there's many startups running ROS. A lot of them, there's so many that we don't even know because ROS is MIT licensed, so some of the startups won't even say it. But these are some of them with some data of how they got acquired, how much money they managed to raise and all that. If you go to this, there's also this link that tries to keep track of the robotics companies, the companies that are using ROS. So how do we manage this? Like it's incredible. It's an incredible amount of people working together, and incredible. It's a distributed way. So there's many different parts that work. So in robotics, people usually, the problem is so big that people usually specialize on something. So you might be the guy on perception, you might be the guy on navigation, you might be the guy on control, right? So what we do is we have this place called Discord, where it's basically a forum, we just post things there, and it's the main way of communicating stuff. And then there's working groups. So usually when you want to create a working group, you post it on Discord, you say, hey, I want to be working on this, and then you just start working on that, that thing, and you start making a meeting, and then people start joining, and then you start doing your stuff for ROS, you create your repos, and then share community. And then there's a bit more structured part on top of that, which is called the Technical Steering Committee, which is, there's certain requirements that you need to meet, but once you meet them, you can join, and these are the current companies that are part of the steering committee, and they basically get together and decide what is going to be the next things to do for each working group, what is the main important things that ROS needs to move forward. There's a ROS 2 logo at the bottom. That means there's 3 slots in the tier steering committee for community members. So there's 3 community members that are elected, and they're also part of this steering committee. All right, so Gazebo. I want to talk about the simulation a little bit. I'm not going to stop too much, but basically Gazebo is a collection of libraries that you can use independently because they have their own value, but when you use them together, they become a robotic simulator. And the reason that it really goes well with ROS, and it was meant to be working so well with ROS, is because you basically can just use the same software in the simulation and in the robot, right? So you talk to the simulation through from ROS, and then the same way you talk to the simulation, you can talk to your own robot. You have to change the very minimal changes, and then everything should be working. So that saves a lot of time in robotics, where hardware problems can be a major issue when you're running tests. These are some of the distributions from ROS, from Gazebo, and now I'm going to go over the robotics middleware framework happening here in Singapore. So This framework started as a problem that was happening here at Changi General Hospital, which is they had one fleet of robots and they wanted to add another one from another vendor. So that brings a lot of problems because the robots don't talk to each other. The robots might have their own needs, like they need a certain line, they cannot share hallways, they cannot share elevators and infrastructure, right? So then they basically called Open Robotics and they said, hey, can you help us build a solution for this and make it open source so everyone in Singapore can benefit from it? And then we can all also collaborate and make it freely available. So what did Open Robotics build? There's a solution now that allows you to manage these robots all together. You can integrate your fleet of robots with RMF, and then you can do task planning and allocation. There's a dashboard where you can select which tasks you need to do, and then robots will be selected to perform the tasks. It can manage your fleet traffic. So if there's these problems with the robots that they find each other in paths, then it can deconflict this traffic. It integrates with the infrastructure, so we have adapters for doors and lifts, and the work cells, which are basically dispensers, robots that will. This is an example of dispensing a can of Milo to a robot. There's a bunch of tools that came with it. So you get a traffic editor, which is basically a way to design the floor that allows you to generate a simulation world. And it also allows you to generate the nav graph that you can use for the robot's navigation. It has the core, which is the one that takes part on this task allocation, deconflicting traffic, and all that. And it has a dashboard. This picture is not updated, but it is something like that, where you can basically select what tasks the robots need to do and when they need to do it. There's many open source assets that have been made publicly available. So you can find them on appgazebosim.org. These are all the companies in Singapore that are part of this collaboration, that are somehow also taking part. You can see Changi Airport, GovTech, CGH, many people working together. So if you're interested, where to start? There's a bunch of ROS links here if you want to get started with ROS. Same for Gazebo, same for OpenRMF. Basically, you get the website, you get some place to ask questions, and then you get some place to discuss, like usually discourse, and a bunch of GitHub repos. So there's so many community events. ROSCON is the main one. So we run ROSCON once a year, and the last 2 years it's been online, but we're hoping to get a new one. We did last year in Japan. Sorry, that was in real life, and the next one coming in New Orleans. And there's also many other events that happen around the world, not only ROSCON. There's the local community events, and I wanted to announce that the ROS Meetup Singapore is back. And we're doing it as part of the robotics track here at FOSSASIA. So big thanks to FOSSASIA for helping us run this. And if you guys want to attend, I'll be giving a very, very basic introduction to ROS for everyone that doesn't know anything about ROS and still wants to get started into the robotics world and wants to know what is this ROS about. I'll be introduction from zero. And the rest, so you can attend the rest and still understand what's going on. And yeah, thank you very much. I hope that was. Let's try to make some better robots than this. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so there will be the ROS. There will be ROS sessions, and I think people can ask questions then, and you will go into detail then at the specific sessions. Cool. So the next session is coming up, and I would like to ask Norbert and Alexander to come on stage, set up their presentation, please. And yeah, I will already start to introduce you guys. Title of your session is The Bumpy Road of Bringing a Machine Learning Model from Development to Production, Part 1, Search, Re-ranking, and Development of a Model. So there will be Part 2. That's what I get. Yeah, okay, it's working. Is the clicker working? Yeah, okay, great, nice. So Norbert, we also know each other already for some time, met on different continents. And yeah, you have also been stuck in one place for yeah, too long time. And but you are back on the road. You've been to the US, you've been to Europe, you've been back here, and you have quite interesting hobbies. Yeah, I know one time you told me that you had to choose either become a mathematics professor or a mountain guide. Yeah, so this is the thing.
And I ended up as engineer, right?
Yeah. You see, so very interesting, and yeah, nice to meet you again here at the event. And you're working now for Mercari, who is maybe not based in Japan, doesn't always know about Mercari.
I will introduce a bit about
You will introduce it in a moment. Okay, great. So it's definitely an e-commerce platform, and yeah, and you have brought your colleague with you, Alexander Zagniotov. Yeah, is that thumbs up? Thank you very much. So. More or less right. And Alex, you also arrived yesterday here in Singapore. You're based in Japan as well. Yeah. How's your Japanese?
Huh?
How is your Japanese?
Very bad. Baby level.
Basic level, okay. So then you can still have probably a few years to practice, but like now you're here in Singapore, it's easy. We speak English, so very good. And you create value by using data and technology to drive business decisions. So it seems like you really focus on business. That's great. And you worked previously at ThoughtWorks, a German company, also like has offices here in Singapore. You worked at Box Inc. And yeah, great to have you here now with Mercari. Welcome, both of you, and we're looking forward to your presentation.
Thanks for your introduction, Mario. Yeah, thanks first to the organizers to organize FOSSASIA in person again. Big thanks to Hongfuk and the whole team. I'm very happy after 4 years to be back. For most of the time, we were not allowed to leave Japan. Well, actually, we were allowed to leave Japan, but we were not allowed to enter it again. So that wasn't really an option for us. So I'm quite happy to be here. We are talking. So this is on the AI track. So it will be a bit less about open source, but actually, I think there's one reason, because open source is so permeating to the whole industry that you don't have to talk about it. Every work we do in AI, everyone uses AI libraries nowadays, right? That is the big advantage. So what Mario already said, we have 2 talks here. This one is about the AI part, but don't worry, we don't have a lot of mathematics slides on it, so don't run away. We have a second part on the MLOps, DevOps part, on how to get an AI system running in a rather big environment, you will see. Okay, so what we will do, we will go over some introducing ourselves quick, then about what Mercari is, because I guess most of you don't know about it, the state of search in Mercari, and then a bit of technical stuff about how to improve search results and learning to rank, and then key takeaways. So let us start with an introduction. So Alexander here, he joined Mercari like 2 years ago, a bit more than 2. He has huge experience in all kind of famous places. Actually, he pulled me into Mercari because he moved very close to the place I live in Japan. We call it the Inaka group because we're living on the other side, not in Tokyo. And so thanks to him, I joined Mercari a bit later. This photo is a colleague sent me while I was complaining about doing Google Slides, because I'm an old style guy, I use LaTeX and produce PDF, and he said, Norbert, this is how I imagine you when you complain about Google Slides. Yeah, I thought that is quite fitting. Okay, so first about Mercury. So that is actually, it was nice that Hong Fook brought up sustainability, because actually Mercury was founded out of one reason, with the idea to create something which is called within the Mercury speech a circular economy. It's about reusing and trying to be more sustainable. That was the original idea of the founder 10 years ago. So it was founded 10 years ago. We have now offices in the UK and in the US. It's at the core, we have lots of other businesses going on. At the core is a client to client. So people sell their stuff and to other users. Very easy. And of course, if you look at, so you see here, this is more or less how the application looks now. Sorry, it is all in Japanese because, well, it's only Japanese market. There is a Mercury US application, it's a bit different, but since we are from Japanese, you have to bear with that. So the main way to interact with the application is via search, right? You're searching for stuff. So I often buy stuff for my daughter, like ski boots and this kind of stuff. I mean, that have been used once or twice, I don't mind. So this core functionality is provided by Elasticsearch, another big open source project. I guess most people who have a bit an idea have heard about Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch provides already an excellent way to document retrieval, and yeah, was the basic use. So a bit of the numbers we are having here. So we have about 150 billion yen, that's about $1 billion US per year, as net sales, 20 million monthly users, hundreds of millions of active listing, and that you get an idea about. So we had thousands and thousands of search requests per second. So that is the dimension we are speaking about here. And so when Alex joined in April 21, the state of search was just basic. We just throw the search query with a bit of tricks at Elasticsearch and get results back, and that is then displayed to the user, right? Okay, that works. Actually, it works quite nicely, but I mean, there can be improvements, right? And if you're in this industry and in the area about search and search improvements, then there are a lot of techniques to improve search results with machine learning. So what we were trying to build up on this regular text-based retrieval. Elasticsearch doesn't do anything special. It's just you throw it tokens, whatever this is, so single words at it, and it retrieves the best matching document. That works quite nicely. But what we wanted to go better than that, get over this, and that is called re-ranking. So looking into what is the state of the art of re-ranking. I will talk about shortly what re-ranking is, so don't worry. And also how we can improve over time over this, right? This is not like a process is once done and then, okay, be finished. Would be nice, but there are always improvements permanently. So what is re-ranking? In a simple image, like that is a search result. Searching for spots is like training trousers in Japanese. And what you actually want is that the more relevant stuff, right, those items that have a higher probability to be sold are higher up in the list, right? I mean, because, well, at the end, if an item that could be bought by a user is on the 6th search page, he will probably not find them. So it's better to move them up. This is what re-ranking is doing, basically. So in more abstract things, so this is what you get from the search, from Elasticsearch, from your basic text search. And what you want to do is to increase the relevance, right? You want listing queue is more relevant to the user who is currently searching. So that's all about. Well, what is the reason? Well, it's of course, increase money, right? I mean, we want to sell more, we want that more people use the platform. So that's somehow what we are aiming at. So the basic setup was all done. So we have the Mercury application here, that's at the center, and we have the index with the Elasticsearch. That was all already here in 21. That was our basic setup. And the aim was, how can we improve on top of this by just throwing in something that takes the results from Elasticsearch and then just reorders them in some way using machine learning. So that was developed over the, let's say, last 2 years. Well, it is in. And I think here I pass over to, you have your own microphone.
Hello, hello.
Want this?
I don't know how do I use it.
I just press it. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I will try to cover, Norbert, first of all, thank you. I will try to cover the ML side of things, and just to clarify what Norbert has said previously, the later versions of Elasticsearch are fairly flexible. You can incorporate some ML models and to do fun stuff during indexing time, for example, natural language processing. But it's rather limited when you want to integrate other signals that would add personalization to the search results, for example, user activity or something else. So that's the previous architecture diagram. So this, I will get back to this. This is a pretty common setup, super overly simplified from a very high level. You have the first phase, which is where you're recalling results from the index, Solr, Elasticsearch, something else. And then you have the other thing which takes the results from the first phase and integrates some other signals that add personalization. For example, a recommendation system often work like that. If you use Amazon or use Netflix, that's how recommendation algorithms work. They add more signals to the search results or recommendation list when they recommend you stuff. For example, what you did yesterday, what you did in the past, your browsing history, what other users in your area, your age, with your interests doing. Right. So we decided that, yes, we need some sort of a machine learning approach, but what is that machine learning approach? So there is an area in information retrieval field which called learning to rank, which is basically a set of algorithms which are supervised machine learning algorithms, which help you to apply machine learning techniques to add some sort of relevance aspect to the search result, relevance as it pertains to the user that's browsing or searching. So, how to choose the algorithms, how to apply it. So there are many LTR algorithms available, and luckily for us, there are open source frameworks that already provide implementation of these algorithms, so you don't have to write them from scratch. And the way those algorithms work is they approach the ranking problem differently. For example, there are algorithms that consider documents independently of each other, how those documents are relevant to the query, which is called pointwise. There's the pairwise approach where documents compared in pairs, and the listwise approach. So you have the whole result set returned from the first phase retrieval, and all those documents together evaluated in terms of their relevancy. Right, so we went with TensorFlow ranking framework, which is the TensorFlow module, which sits on top of the TensorFlow core. And the reason being is because Mercari is rather maybe TensorFlow oriented, so it was kind of more natural for us to choose this framework. But to note, this is not the only framework out there. We just ran with it and decided to give it a go. It's backed up by Google. So there is some activity around on GitHub around that. So we decided, let's check it out. Right. So yeah, first of all, so how to start? So we took an iterative approach. We create a simple model by choosing a set of simple features. And we were hoping to iteratively progress and see how our efforts help the search relevance at Mercari. Now, as I mentioned, we used a supervised machine learning approach where we need to label our data. So how do we label the data, and what is the label signal? So the most obvious one is click. Because when you search for something and you want to preview it or you show interest, you make a click. But there is a problem with that. Clicks are noisy because human behavior is that human users just click on stuff, and it doesn't mean that click means something is relevant. And the opposite is also true. It doesn't mean that when there is no click, it doesn't mean that the item that was not clicked on is not relevant. Also, clicks are biased. Normally, human users tend to click on the top results more than they would click at the bottom results. So for example, if you search for monkeys, if you like monkeys, and you get back 120 items of various documents that speak about monkeys, normally you would see majority of the clicks, let's say top 20, 30 results, which means if you have relevant results at the bottom, they would never get clicked on because most of the clicks are at the top, which means when you generate a data set for machine learning, the labels would be kind of biased, which leads to problems like position bias and then selection bias in the data set, where you have this loop where you constantly retrain your models on the biasly labeled data set. Also, depends on your application business domain, clicks may not be a good enough signal. For example, it may be a good signal in web search. For example, when you search something and you Google presents your search results and user clicked on a given search result, it can be considered a relevant result. But in a C2C marketplace, clicks may not always lead to a purchase. So users click and preview a lot, but doesn't mean that what they click on, they would purchase. So when we label the data, simple click will not be good enough. So we need some sort of other signals that would help us to teach the model, to teach the machine learning algorithm how the model should learn. Right, so as I mentioned, clicks are binary labels, which means it's either clicked or not, relevant or not relevant. This is not good enough. So we adopted approach to create graded relevance labels, which means we incorporate other business events when we compute what should be the label. For example, if user clicked on something, made a comment or liked an item, started a purchase process, and then purchased, it means this user event behavior journey with the application, it can be a good label. So our approach is not novel, and like other companies approach this more or less the same way. So depending on the business domain, you have to adopt your labeling strategy. Also, of course, as a general statement in machine learning, what data you give to a machine learning algorithm, you will get the output accordingly. So it's to have features, to have good features, of course, it's very, very essential. So apart from the deciding what should be our label, we also experimented with a number of different features as we were trying to train model. So to touch a little bit about the metrics and what I said earlier about business domain. There are a set of very common metrics in information retrieval domain, which called NDCG, normalized discounted cumulative gain. It's a metric that calculates the precision of your relevance applying behavior, which means the higher the NDCG score, it means users see results that are more relevant to them, which means they would click higher on search results, which is what we want. But a higher NDCG score or any other metric does not mean that the company is actually making more money. So in terms of the numbers, you may see a higher NDCG score, but sales went down. All right, now we're back to you and the key takeaways.
Okay, thanks a lot for the details. I hope you weren't overwhelmed by the mathematics. Well, it wasn't that much, at least from my side. So a few of the key takeaways that if you want to implement something similar, right? It is not, we are not a big team. We could pull this off in short time for a large scale company. So they're using just basic off-the-shelf open source technologies you can do. Here a few hints you should take care if you want to look into this. The first is, well, as already mentioned, bad data in, bad data, better output. You have to need good structured data and proper engineered features. That is actually the most difficult part. This has nothing to do with software. This has with looking at your users, what they are doing and what could be relevant. Cleaning your data, of course, it's necessary. And invest a lot of time in quality data labeling. It sounds crazy. We, as you mentioned before, we have 20 million monthly users. How many search sessions per second? Of course, you cannot manually label that. That is not possible anymore. So you have to think about good indicators for what could be a sign that the user is engaged, interested in a certain. That is the main thing you have to do if you want to set up a good AI system. Then keep an eye on NDCG. So NDCG is used everywhere, right, for search results, but we have seen it again and again. If you actually test stuff, business KPIs, so your actual company or engagement, whatever, does not really go along always the NDCG. So things have to be careful a bit. So yeah, the general structure is, yeah, very general wisdom structured in. So for the feature engineering here is like, can you, I mean, if it's possible, it's good to include into the user interface something that user can give you feedback. That's the optimal stuff, yeah. That was not a good search page, that was not interesting, or that was interesting. Even if you get very few of them, they will help you to improve your search results. That is something that unfortunately is very hard to do because lots of people get annoyed if it's done badly. And so, yeah, one has to be careful. Cleaning your data, I mentioned already, bad data in, bad data out. So the same happens with extreme outliers. So you won't believe what humans are able to do. So we have examples of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of clicks on items in succession by humans. We are very surprised what some of our users are doing. So that means you have to actually curate your data in a good way. Good data labeling. So as I said, this is something where you can actually iterate. So it's not that you have to come up with a genius solution for all your problems in the first step. We never did this. We started with binary, very trivial labels, and then improved incrementally, right? So this is what we call graded level. So this, like when you liked or when you commented, so we give it a certain graded relevance level. This is a way how you can start quickly off with a nice off-the-shelf system to provide re-ranking stuff. Yeah, I mentioned this already, NDCG blindside. So it doesn't mean if the NDCG value is good that you get really serious improvement. Just be careful for that. Yes?
So a little bit more on the blind side. In terms of the number itself, the metric might be high, but if your first stage retrieval, your index gives you absolutely horrible results as it matches the query to the documents which are indexed. So in terms of the NDCG, it may be high, but the results still not relevant to the user because you could have just ranked poor results. Yeah. So your metric goes up, but your users are still not happy. That's where the blind side is. Don't just look at the number and think you solved your relevant solution is working great.
Okay, last but not least, so this is an open problem, and there are lots of conferences only related to search in AI. There are a lot of things we can do. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I just show you the slides. A few ideas one could implement. I don't say start with that if you want to implement something similar. Start with something simple. But there are a lot of things, what is now, let's say, the apex of technology or what most people are using, then you can progress to this. Okay, time is over. Thanks for your interest here. We are open for, I think, 1 or 2 short questions, I guess. if there are. Well, no questions then. Thanks everyone for that. Oh, well, sorry, there wasn't. I didn't see.
So you mentioned that you have you use open source tools to do AI training. What are those?
Actually, the second talk by the two here sitting here, we go in more details, ML Ops. So we split this because we don't have that much time. We have a second talk on Saturday, which goes into ML Ops and implementing and discussing. So, but it's off-the-shelf stuff, I would say, nothing specific. Thanks. Yes, Marco?
You mentioned there's a very weird human behavior. Are you sure these behaviors are coming from humans?
Yes, because they then actually purchase something. Yes. What?
Yes, so Marco, the question was, I will just repeat it for everyone else. We mentioned that there is very weird user behavior and
Actual user or robots. So yes, of course, this is a huge problem. Bots. We all know that 90% of the traffic of the internet consists of bots. We have indication that they make purchases. So that could still be a bot, but yeah,
so
hard to see.
we identified like very consistent clicking behavior pattern from our data. It doesn't look like it was a human. So, and there is like huge amount of clicks. So there is certain indications which will help you to identify the bots, and you need to clean that out when you prepare your training data set.
Yeah. Okay, I think time is out. Thanks a lot for your attention, and yeah. We have a sponsor table. If you have questions, we are around.
Awesome. So I have a practical question. Your second session, can people bring their computer and then also like you do some hands-on with them? Or is it possible? So the thing is, like, we just talked about AI, and I read you also have a PhD in AI from Nanjing Polytechnic here.
That's right. Yeah.
So yeah, really great to have you on board, and you work a lot with communities to bring them together with companies, with projects, and we hear more about this now. So what should I talk more? That's what your talk is about your work. So welcome to you. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Jackie, and I'm based in Singapore. I understand that there's a lot of you who flew in over here, so a big welcome to all of you to Sunnyside, Singapore. And I hope that you all had a chance to eat some of our finest food in the hawker centers around. But don't worry, if you need more recommendations, feel free to swing by the booth that we have, and I will tell you about all the greatest and yummiest food to eat. Right? So, I'm from Angel Hack, so I'll just talk a bit about what Angel Hack is in a bit. And okay, so today I'm going to talk about how we can leverage OSS to engage, educate, and empower developers. It's quite a mouthful, and I feel like I've bitten more than I could chew. But it's okay. Let's see what we can do in the next 15 minutes. Okay. Anyways, so before I go, okay, this is what my team needs me to say, right? They have a knife on my throat right now. So a little bit about Angel Hack. You may or may not have heard it. It's quite an old brand. It's been around for the past 11 years or so, right? And it is the world's largest and most diverse global developer ecosystem. We have around close to, in fact, this is kind of like old statistics. We have more than like 300K developers all around the world. And as its name suggests, Angel Hack, we started off focusing on hackathons. And to date, we have more than 10,000 projects built on our events. And we have a presence in over 160 countries. And yeah, I hope that some of you might recognize the name. Supporting us is a pool of global ambassadors all around the world on campuses. Like something that we're trying to start up again. But yeah, we're very community focused, and a lot of our events are run quite, I guess, in a do I use the word decentralized manner, but everyone does their own thing, right, within their own community. Okay, a little bit about myself. So, okay, that's me right over there. I may or may not look like it. And a little bit about myself. I started off as a scientist in biology, and then I decided to just combine a bit of AI with my research for my PhD. And currently, I'm the head of product in Angel Hack, where I do research, where I ideate and prototype new products and programs to engage developers in communities. Myself, I'm a passionate educator, even though my voice is kind of low, right? I started off with an insurtech startup. So I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm also an educator. I'm a Jackie of all trades. I wear many hats. In the recent years, I ran a data science edutech company called UpLevel, where we help learners level up level. We chose UpLevel because level up was taken. So we help them through project-based training and also like apprenticeships. So we work with companies, we put them in apprenticeships and help them, get better at what they do. And then, okay, I'm going to skip the blockchain part. I'm not too sure what the ground sentiment is regarding blockchain. For my work in the startup scene, I was awarded Forbes 30 under 30, not 30 anymore. I've spoken on global stage regarding tech and non-technical stuff. I've led projects in machine learning and blockchain, done a lot of simulation work, and in my free time, I'm an adjunct professor over at NTU. Who does that, right? Like, so that's kind of like my hobby, teaching. So teaching is in my blood. I've spent many years teaching now, and I think only probably Marco recognizes me. Hey, man. So, okay, I'm not going to talk about what FOSS is exactly, right? Because, it would be preaching to the choir. I'm going to show you a couple of memes, which I think feels like the most representative of the community, right? And so, I don't know, I feel like OSS is a very giving, it has a lot of heart, right? It's a lot of thankless work sometimes, I feel, and they get a lot of flack, but this is great. Now, also another one of my favorite memes that I see. Okay, not really meme lah, but it's a comic, right? Like it's. I was telling someone that a lot of modern society wouldn't operate without OSS around. Like if you take OSS out of the equation, I think society will kind of collapse. I think, I feel. So effort, force is for everyone, right? Be it to play, to learn, or to do good. And I'm going to talk a bit about them quite briefly in each. So this is kind of like a breadth kind of thing, right? I'm not going to go too in-depth into each part. So let's start off with play. So what does it mean by play, right? Play can mean many things. And here's a question for all of you. So what does ICPC, right, the International Collegiate Programming Contest, CATIS, and @code.jp have in common? So these are what you call online judges, right? So they're very popular in colleges where you set it up, where you set a challenge up, and then the students come in and they work on it. The wonderful thing about these platforms is that it's open source. It's all open source. So if you actually want to run your own contest, right? If you want to run your own challenge within your community, right? You can always grab the code and then run it within your community. So what I'm trying to say here is that, like, let's say if you want to engage your community, right? You can use such platforms. Because to me, right, okay, so who here likes challenges? Who here likes to like go for these coding contests? All right, okay, okay. I don't usually get hands when I ask for it, but I still do it anyway. Right, community engagement is a tricky thing, and you always need some kind of activities to kind of engage with them. And yeah, having these platforms are wonderful. I mean, I'm wearing the lenses of a community manager, right? So if you have all these activities up, it's a lot easier to keep them engaged, keep them entertained, and also keep them upskilled as well, right? Play equals to education, and I think one thing that's not really stated much is that there's a lot of learning by doing. Like personally, I strongly believe in learning by doing. There's only so much you can do by watching videos and reading like tutorials on Medium or like on blogs and whatnot. Best part is you can modify it freely for your own community, right? So I'm not gonna go down that path. It's like not enough time, right? So how about learn? Actually, I'm gonna spend a bit more time on learn part, right? Because do you know that in a kind of like in a computer science program, right, you spend around 8,000 years by the time you're done with your 4 years. It's kind of like a rough estimation. The numbers may seem a bit different for some of you, and for a large part of society, right, not everyone gets this number of hours of training, right? Of course, this is based on the usual curriculum in a kind of like a university in a developed country, right? So in countries with fewer resources, it's very hard for students to get, or developers to get this number of hours of training, right? So it's actually very easy to get left behind. Let's say if you're a developer in a less equipped university, for example, right, versus say a student from the National University of Singapore, the differences in number of training can be quite large, right? Of course, okay, I guess I can explain a bit what goes into this calculation, right? 130 credit hour module, each credit is 10 hours of work per week. You multiply it and you get somewhat close to 8,000 hours. So, and this is only for students from CS programs. How about mid-career switchers? How about those who come into game a bit late, right? This is something that I've been trying to solve for the past couple of years in my previous startup and like, well, I guess in my educational initiatives, right? But so that's why I always go back to like using hands-on learning as a way to close the gap between where you are where you are and where you have to be, right? To be kind of like not on par, but to have the same kind of experience, right? As a regular developer who come out of a CS program. So I think, okay, I tried to keep this as general as possible, right? Because like I wasn't too sure who was in the audience. So for example, this could be streamed online to aspiring developers out there. So, but you know, in case you're a leader in your community or you are mentoring people, there are many things we can do today actually to close the gap. And OSS is kind of like the way to go, right? I guess this list gets updated every year, but generally, if you, the idea is to have this awareness that, hey, actually there are a lot of these programs out there that you can use. So I mean, Google Summer of Code is the most famous one, right? I mean, who hasn't heard of Summer of Code? People outside the community, that is. So Summer of Code, one thing you get paired up with in open source organizations, and then you get mentored over the summer, right? So, but if coding isn't your thing, there's also the summer of documentation, right? Because documentation is also something very important. This is also good because on top of training developers, we should also be training a generation of technical writers, right? Technical writers, those who can write and those who can code concurrently. Now, if this is also something useful, like for example, good first issue, right? This is what it does is that it kind of like collects the data from all the different projects and identifies the good first issues, right? That beginners can work on. However, if you're in the Web3 space, we also have kind of like the equivalent in the Web3 space, right? Like let's say if you want to work on blockchain projects instead, you can also head to places like learnweb3.xyz. And there's also an equivalent list of projects that you can contribute to. So I'm just gonna like skip. Okay. Basically, oh yeah, this kind of builds on what I wanted to say, right? If you're a senior, you should opt to kind of like grab someone mentor. I mean, it goes both ways, right? Because juniors shouldn't be too shy and like reach out to people for mentorship. Finally, do good. Okay, this is another very like fast one, right? We do good. Why do we do good? Because there's the implication that this is bad. Okay. So in case you're not sure what I'm showing, here's a quick TLDR about what the whole OpenAI fiasco is about. OpenAI is supposed to be open, but it's not open. So it's kind of hard, right? Because AI, you see in the news, you have a lot of alarmists and everything. I'm just gonna like oversimplify it. But the idea is that the open source community, they are kind of like fighting back, right? Not fighting, but they are in response, right? They are working on their own open source versions. So here you have a crowdsourced data set. And then you also have something called ShareGPT where they interact. So this is an extension that you can install in your Chrome browser where you can just use ChatGPT and then upload the conversations you have as training data for. Okay, wait. So take note of ShareGPT, right? Now, a quick landscape of how large language models are like in the past 3 years. Even though there's been a lot of models released, right? Now, these days, we actually focus on a very narrow part of the LLM development. So just want to talk briefly about Llama. So Llama is a model released by Meta or Facebook, right? And Stanford actually took that and used ShareGPT's data to turn Llama, a general purpose LLM, into something more equivalent and similar to ChatGPT called Alpaca. So I think we'll see a new generation of animal-themed name models. It's cute, right? We used to have things like Bert, and then you have Ernie, right, and the Sesame Street characters. Now we'll have animals. I love it. And it's a constantly developing field, right? And the thing is, like, where do we go next with regards to doing good with open source? I actually don't know, but here's a plug. If you want to do good, and heck, so my colleagues are laughing right now. We were organizing something called Hack Singapore. It's a pretty large hackathon event. I encourage all of you to give it a try. I believe it's virtual. Virtual? No, it's not virtual. It's the demo day is in person, right? But I think it's over a long period of time where you can build stuff to do good. So one of the themes over here is actually doing good, and that's something that we believe in. On top of that, we have things to help developers level up on Discord. So two major things that we're running right now. One is a monthly code challenge to, again, hands-on practice, right, to get better. This one is data visualization, next month algorithms. And the other one that we're doing is what we call a content bounty, where we encourage developers to write technical content. So it could be code guides, could be anything. So it's kind of like, well, you learn, say in this particular case it's Celo, right? Celo is just it's a stable coin. It's a stable coin. Okay, that itself is a separate conversation. But developers can then learn the Celo ecosystem and then write content about it. Okay, so anyways, call to action. If either of it interests you, please join us on our Discord server and also check out our Hack SG website. If you can't catch the QR code in time, don't worry. We have a booth set up in the hall. Feel free to swing by to chat. I'll be here all day. And on this note, thank you everyone. Thank you organizers for having me. And yeah, have a good day ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I realize you have a lot of animal photos in your presentations, yeah?
So I will say, relax. Yeah. Thank you. I'm Wang Jianmin. You can call me Jimmy. I worked in SCS. I'm a software engineer. SCS is a leading research institute in China focused on computer sciences. But today I will not talk about some complicated research achievement. I'm excited to talk about with you, talk about OpenEuler. That I'm very proud of to be a part of it in the past 3 years. I will share. Oh, sorry. I will share with you 6 stories that I experienced in OpenEuler community, and to see how communication play a crucial role on it. That's from beginning. It's December 2019. The OpenEuler team come to Beijing to SCS to talk about cooperation and the vision of OpenEuler. But it's not the beautiful vision or some good goal to made me decide to join the community. It's because the resonance of engineer. You know, as an engineer, especially Linux engineer, when we start the laptop, the first thing we do is not to click mouse or to touch screen. Yeah, my daughter, 6-year-old, she loves to touch the screen, the monitor. And we prefer to use keyboard to open a console window with pure black background and enter command, right? VI or Emacs. Yeah, so when I see the same action from engineer of OpenEuler, I see, Pierce, same guy. So I think is this type of resonance to let me enjoy doing contribution to OpenEuler, and also let us have a better communication in the community. So OpenEuler is just 3 years old. What's the vision of OpenEuler? OpenEuler is want to be a reliable open source operating system that unleashes diversified computing power for a sustainable future. As we know, we learn from university, operating system manage software and hardware resources. It's about 15 years ago when I started to do some research on OS. My teacher, Chen Rong, told us operating system is an accumulation of a historical function. In the past 50 years, we have a huge and rapid development about software and hardware, from first batching processing, multitasking, to Intel, mobile, and now to the AI, right? But we think, so the operating system must follow the development. Unlike the traditional operating system focused on supporting the standardized application on particular hardware device, we think nowadays operating system should play a more important role on new hardware technology of cloud computing, edge computing, embedded computing, and also computing with GPU and NPU to unleash diversified computing for users. So I think it's a big goal. It's a huge goal. A lot of things we need to do. First we need to do is about architecture. I think this will be familiar. We have many architecture today in the world. And in OpenEuler, we are not only support more architectures, it will be very glad that we have engineers from CPU manufacturer, like Intel, like Hunpeng, to come join this community and work together to integrate the newest feature of CPU into operating system, OpenEuler. So this is the one thing. We need to do a lot of things about it. But later we will have more chance to talk about diversified computing. But let's talk about another one. It's a very important one, upstream. Upstream first is the most principle in OpenEuler community, and all because upstream project is why OpenEuler and other Linux distribution could exist. So we pay a lot of attention on relationship with upstream. It involves contribution, integration, and support. For example, for contribution, the kernel seek in OpenEuler, many of them are from Huawei kernel team. They did the most contribution to Linux 5.10 development. And such as RIX5 SIG, they are my colleagues from ISAS. They also did a lot of contribution for upstream project like Mozilla or LLVM to support RISC-V. So this is our engineers are doing such thing. And about integration, 1 year ago, our maintainers worked together with Linaro community and OpenStack community to finish the integration between OpenStack and OpenEuler. And we also have iOS 6. Yeah, we'd like to do more things about the integration between them. And we also want provide support to upstream community, like provide some machine resources of ARM or under RISC-V to upstream project to optimize. So this is communication with upstream community. And the fourth story is about communication in this community. 2 weeks ago, I was in Tianjin, China. We have a TC meeting. We have a long talk about what's the next kernel version of next open Euler long-term support edition. It looks like a simple choice, but we need to talk with 6 from kernel, compiler, or release, and we also have engineers from Intel to talk about their plan, their thought. And we also have engineers from other distributions like OpenSUSE and OpenKitty to provide their suggestion for us. We review our timeline, review our compatibility policy, and the coming feature, and also users' feedback. It looks like a simple choice, but before we do decide, before we make the decision, the more important is communication, because communication makes us let everyone know each other's thought, each other's needs, and coordinate our plan and identify potential issues. So I think communication makes this community more reliable and sustainable. So based on this communication in community, we have many engineer-driven innovative projects around the kernel, around robotics, around such as the development, flexible deployment, and DevOps. And and then we talk about 5.1. Yeah, 5.1. Do I have students here? Students, yeah, I think I met some students yesterday in the walking. Yeah, so this is for you. This is for the students, is our future of open source. This story also is from 3 years ago. Exactly in April 2020. At that time, I stayed in Singapore, and my colleague Qu Sheng and a friend Ma Quanyi, they were in China. We talked in an online meeting. We talk about how to involve more students in open source project. And so we think about the idea of the program of Summer of Code. So we talk with our friends in some open source project, and they were also positive. So we draft a plan in 2 days, submit to our boss in SAS and OpenEuler. So luckily, at that time, SAS just run a plan called Open Source Promotion Plan. So same goals. So luckily, the program is approved smoothly. So from that, every year we will sponsor students to do contribution for open source project. I'm very proud about this one. From the first year, we set this program global, because we shouldn't close the door of communication. Otherwise, instead, we should encourage our students and engineers to talk with international friends. And here I will give my thanks to some open source community, Kai Yuanshe, Segment Fort, and ALS Beijing. And I'm happy to see the founder of Kai Yuanshe, Ted, also is here. And thanks, organizer. Actually, this is my first time meeting face-to-face with Ted and also other founders of the community. Thanks. And last year, 2022, with about 124 community and 100 students from 19 countries, included 2 students from Singapore. Last week, we just announced this year we will support 133 community. And also we see some familiar logs in this summit. Yeah. So welcome more students and projects to join some OSPP. Okay, let's talk about the last one, last story. Yeah, it's about my research institute. So why did the SAS join open source community? Because we believe open source have become the cornerstone of software development. We also believe when we participated closely in open source community, contribute to open source and promote open source, we will have more good research achievement around open source. Recently, we focused on open source software supply chain and RISC-V related research. Hope if you are interested about it, let's talk about it. And so after 3 years, this slide is my favorite because there are so many numbers. Yeah, and after 3 years, Open Euler, we have 800 organization members in this community, and we also have 106 special interest group in this community. And this number represents the pulse of Open Euler. So, and we also pleased to know that in the past 3 years, there are many companies, they got rapid business growth based on Open Euler distribution. And I hope and I believe that the further commercial achievements will promote the development of Open Euler and open source. Yeah, so we got the answer. How to build an operating system community for all scenario solution. Communication. We talk with upstream to help us create innovative project. And luckily, thanks FOSSASIA, in these 3 days, we have many opportunity to talk with you about Open Euler. This afternoon, Dr. Xiong Wei, he is one of the technical leaders in our Open Euler community. She will talk more about diversified computing. And we also have 3 senior engineers from Open Euler to share with you about innovative projects in Open Euler. So this is our contact information. And as a TC member, luckily, this year I will spend most of the time in Singapore. We hope we can establish local group and organize some more technology events. Singapore is has a great diverse culture, and I believe Open Euler also can do a great job on diversifying computing. So this is my LinkedIn. Welcome to Connect. So that's all, and may the force of open source be with us. Thank you everyone.
Yes, so thank you very much. Yeah, we can now talk a bit with you directly here. We have a small break downstairs, and you also have a booth where we can sit down right next to the catering area,
Okay,
right?
okay,
So,
okay.
short break, 15 minutes, please. Share about your about yourself and about your activities with Code Without Barriers yourself. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning. I think you had a wonderful morning half session. I caught some parts of it. And here I am to talk to you about Code Without Barriers. Code Without Barriers was born during the pandemic. We saw two trends collide. I'm talking about 2020, early 2020, mid 2020s. One was that technology was overtaking the world. Every organization, every person had to be tech enabled. My mother suddenly learned WhatsApp and Zoom and everything and figured out how to talk to me and her grandchildren and things like that. Every business, whether it was large enterprise where developers suddenly were remote and had to connect, or the small mom and pop shops, which had some legacy system which couldn't take the load of so many online purchases, or even the vendor on the street who suddenly had to have a QR code and start doing business through that. So technology just overtook everything. And in the midst of that, there was some technology that was actually changing the way we live and work. AI at that time, in the early 20s, and now it's generative AI. It's going to completely change how we live, work, build products, so on and so forth. So when we looked at it, we saw that a few problems arising out of these AI systems. So in 2020, 22 actually, or rather 2020, I think, the Dutch court forbid a particular AI-led software which was looking for social security fraud. And the reason it became a big issue, came to court, and the algorithm failed. Failed in the court, I mean. Because they found that what the algorithm was picking up as potential fraud cases were migrant workers, single women, and things like that. And that was one case. Another one was in many cities in the US, facial recognition has now been banned from being used in police enforcement and criminal law and order. One of the reasons was one big case which called out that they were using a predictive model behind to see who is a potential risk. And they were using a model in such a case that they were looking at who's a second order of circle, third order of circle, and pulling up people who had some offenders already in that circle and pulling them. And in that, more, who do you guess were showing up? In the US, who are showing up? The black male, first of all. And so, and then a lot of these models were not explainable. It was like black boxes. So obviously that was banned. Another tech giant was using AI in recruitment. They used 10 years of data to load their models, and then found that women were just being removed from the potential list right off the bat. Anytime there was, because they were looking at who were hired, basis what was on the resume, and so anything related to women, female, diversity, all of that right off the bat was getting cut off. So they actually pulled it back and stopped using that algorithm. So what's fundamental among all of the, and there are so many more cases, right? As simple as if you type CEO on the search engine, you will find a truckload of white, and now a little brown is added because a lot of Indian male CEOs are coming in. But in any case, it's all male CEOs. Here and there, you will see a few women. So when you talk about potential role models to young girls and women who are trying to get into the field, they go look at, I remember particularly an 8-year-old girl who looked up, asked her to do software coding. She looked up and said, oh, it's a boys' game. Because all she's seeing is boys playing on that. So all of this combined with the second trend, which was 1.8x job losses for women in Asia as against men. And this is higher in the West during the pandemic. And interestingly, worldwide, there's 1.1 million gap in women coming back after the pandemic into the job workforce. And what does that mean for the GDP? That's an entire different conversation altogether. But so we saw these two trends collide, and we went to the communities, open source communities out there, spoke to them about how can we make them. We first went to women in tech communities, of course, that is the first stop. And they said, hey, we're trying to do a lot, but we're not able to make the needle move. And so we went and spoke to the general open source communities. One example is data and engineering Indonesia. There's 7,000 developers in there. They're very active, regular meetups. Spoke to the community leader. How many women are there in your community? And he's like, what? Nobody asked me that question ever, so I don't know. But I never see a woman in the meetups. And then the next question is, but why are they not there? He's asking back. Because it's an open community, why are they not joining? And so we go back to the women in tech individuals and have a conversation, and they talk about male-dominated words that are used. A speaker, a woman speaker treats questions back differently than a male. Sometimes the men don't understand why, and sometimes the women also don't understand why, which is why we thought that there needed to be an intervention, and an intervention at a scale that would make the needle move. And so we created Code Without Barriers. We went back to the drawing table and said, so Microsoft's mission is to empower every developer, every person, every organization on the planet to achieve more. How can you do that if you're excluding 50% of the women out there already? So we went back to the drawing board and saw that in our ecosystem, we had a powerful ecosystem, and there are a bunch of customers and partners who are looking for talent and who are looking for all kinds of talent, and female talent as well. And then there were communities that we work with. So we brought the two together, created this platform called Code Without Barriers. And what it does is it's open to all communities that join. So we have 31 open source communities today, including FOSSASIA. Women Who Code is right here, Girls in Tech. So a lot of those communities, plus the general open source communities. Those are the data engineering, AI, DevOps, all of those communities. And we provide programs to skill and certify the women. That's fundamental. That's a given, right? But more importantly, we went to the customers and partners and said, hey, you need to do something to actually help the women find the opportunities and create diversity in your organization. A typical conversation starts with a data science head, and you ask them, so you're doing AI, so what about responsible AI? Yes, fairness, inclusion, diversity, all part of responsible AI. So how many women do you have on the team, or how many diverse thought leaders do you have on the team? And that would stall them. So obviously they wanted to, so what they did was, today we have about 52 industry subject matter experts on data, AI, DevOps, you name it, all technology areas. They are ready to mentor the women who have been skilled and certified. So we have a running mentoring circle. In the afternoon, there's a skilling panel, and Sindhu Chingad, my peer, will talk about the mentoring circles a little bit more. But these mentoring circles are crucial because women are sometimes held back by women themselves. And it sometimes starts from home, where the mother treats the daughter and the son differently. So we have to get over a lot of that, which we do. The second thing is allyship. So this is not going to happen without all the men in this room participating alongside us, right? Women are only half the equation in diversity and inclusion. The other half is men, because men are already there being decision makers, have a voice. Women sometimes don't have the voice, and your support is actually going to make that difference if you stand up and voice for inclusion. So mentoring is a big one, and our customers and partners are providing the mentors. The second one is hackathon. So you can skill as much as you want, but unless you are doing, you're not building the confidence to go and sit at the table and say why you have a thought that's more different and what value you bring to the table. So hackathons have been brilliant, because one example in Singapore itself is there was a student from finance and marketing who came into the hackathon, AI hackathon. She skilled AI fundamentals, and today she's a Python developer. And that was the first interview she went to, because post the hackathon, she had the confidence to build 5, 6 other projects in her portfolio. And then she applied. She got the courage to apply for a Python developer post, and she got it. And she was like, wow, I'm surprised myself, because I'm the first one to get placed from my batch, and I got into a tech job. So imagine the potential lying there. So hackathons just build confidence and bring them out. The problem statements come from the customers and partners. So they are real industry use cases. Like Carsome is talking about ranking of cars and things like that. So they bring real industry use cases, support the women to hack on it, and then get them ready for the jobs and internships. So the customers and partners bring jobs, internships. We have about 200 data apprenticeships from Petronas, which is one of the oil and gas major in Malaysia, to Prudential, Barclays, Johnson & Johnson. So it's across industries. Every industry is looking to build the talent. And today, these customers are getting more aware of responsibly building solutions, open source, AI, all of that, and hence requiring diversity in it. So my call to you is to come be allies, and to the women to come be part of it. You are here, so you're already ahead of the game, but bring more of the women around you, participate in all of this, and build your story, and let there be more speakers and more, in AI especially, we want everybody, like in design, development, testing, user, policy making. So that's the vision. And hopefully we will get there. So thank you.
Well, Annie, thank you very much. And I think hopefully we have to get Sure.
Yes.
Let me correct myself. Have to get there.
Fantastic. So, yeah, also your own slides, but I prepared this slide with your picture, so I thought I bring it up before we start.
So Sandeep, you are Senior Director in MySQL here in Singapore?
Yes, that's right. I'm based out of Singapore. That's that picture was probably taken 10 years ago. So as you can see, the product in front of you is far different from the picture up on the screen. My apologies for that.
No. I wouldn't say that. You look like very, very young, right? We all stayed at home in Corona, sports and everything. So look very well in shape. And so how long have you been with Oracle?
I've only been with Oracle a little more than 5 years, so not too long. And all of those 5 years have been with MySQL.
Okay. Very nice. Good. So finally, we have the chance to meet. I make it on presentation. Yes, Folk, you have a.
This is the audio version.
This you
No,
just
no,
sent
this is the
okay.
newer version now.
This is the new latest version.
My friend there helped me put it up, so
okay.
it's all good.
Excellent. Good. Then, yeah, good to have you here, and also like you will share the end about the MySQL track, database track that we have here at the event. So thank you very much for joining us, and big round of applause for Sandeep.
Thank you, Mario. You're too kind. Thank you. So I have a ton of, I have quite a few slides, and I'm going to try and run through these as quickly as I can. Starting first with reintroducing all of you to MySQL. You know, the product has been around for some time. It's been there for about 25 years. And for those of you that are not really familiar, there's this company called databaseengines.com, which monitors about 350 databases across the world, ranks them in order of their popularity. They use different parameters. They look at job boards, they look at technical discussions, and they create a list of people's database popularity. Now, MySQL has been the most popular open source database on that list, at least for the last 5 years that I've been here. In fact, and a couple of years ago, it was also awarded the Database of the Year, which was an extremely proud moment for us. The reason we are able to kind of maintain this lead is because it's also popular with developers. If you look at surveys done to measure engagement with the developer community, whether they are from Stack Overflow or JetBrains, MySQL remains a very popular database amongst the entire open source crop of databases out there. And all the work that these developers do, it finally results in the fact that there are a lot of innovative organizations out there that are running on MySQL. MySQL is the database behind Facebook. Facebook, as we know, has 3 billion users. Lots of queries, lots of interactions with the database. It's used in social applications like Twitter. It's used in Pinterest. And then on an e-commerce side, it's the main transactional database for Booking.com, which is booking almost 1.5 million room nights a day. So massive scalability, massive use case. MySQL is also the database behind the e-commerce applications of Netflix and Uber. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, you know, it's even though very light and very easy to use database, it has been used at scale in applications in industries across different countries. We see a lot of use cases in finance recently because, you know, with the pandemic, one of the things that happened was everything went digital, including currency. A lot of countries are launching digital currency now. A lot of payment processing applications are coming up. Super apps are coming up. And we see old traditional banks pivoting to these new use cases. And we have a bunch of customers in that area that use MySQL. Old school manufacturing companies are also using MySQL to run their IoT applications. And especially in this part of the world, we've seen a lot of use cases deployed by government. We've got a lot of support from government to use open source in providing citizen services, to their population. So a bunch of different open source applications are running on MySQL. And the common use cases that we've seen are content management, digital payments, authentication systems, and this list has continued to grow. MySQL is one of the fastest growing businesses inside Oracle globally, and we're really overwhelmed by the number of users that use our product. We see almost about 100,000 downloads of MySQL on a daily basis from MySQL.com. And what this has really done is it has prompted us to kind of like look back and see how do we provide highly available and secure infrastructure and database architecture to our users, because they're building mission critical applications, right? So in the past, database HA from MySQL was a very manual process. We didn't really offer a lot of tools and for the database engineer to build high available solutions. And there was a lot of customization that the DB had to do. The DB had to think about user management, configuration, replication, etc. And everything was unique to that particular installation, which also makes it very hard to support, because then there are just a small handful number of people who know what's going on inside. Now what we've done is we've come up with something called InnoDB cluster. And InnoDB cluster typically has at least three nodes, one primary and two secondaries. And when one of the nodes fails, the other one automatically takes over. And HA is natively built into the InnoDB cluster, so all tasks for high availability are done automatically. You can also have one cluster in one region and then connect it to a second cluster through in a different region through asynchronous replication. And that basically allows you to provide a disaster recovery scenario, so that if an entire region goes down, you can do a manual failover and move to the other region. There are going to be, sorry, suddenly I've become very loud. There are going to be a lot of, there are 5 more sessions around MySQL aspects such as InnoDB cluster later on during these 3 days. And I would encourage you to attend those sessions by my more technical colleagues who can dive deeper into these different technologies. The other thing that the whole world is focused around is on security. Cost of data breaches is very high. Data in front of you is from a study done in the US, where every data breach is costing a company somewhere around $10 million. And a high number of companies have experienced a data breach. So it's almost like you start to wonder, is it a question of if, or is it a question of when I will have a data breach, right? So we have to be prepared around that. And then this is a minor plug, into linking back with open source software as well. Red Hat does an annual survey around the state of open source in the enterprise. And when they first started doing this survey about 4 years ago, the number one reason why companies or CIOs were looking at open source was total cost of ownership. It's going to help me lower my bill. Today that situation has changed, where the top 2 reasons are better security and higher quality software as the 2 main reasons for that. In fact, 89% of enterprise CIOs surveyed by Red Hat actually believe that open source software is of better quality than proprietary software, because people are able to look at the code is auditable. Open source companies have also done a tremendous job of providing bug fixes and patches in a timely manner. And in the last 4 or 5 years, the acceptability of open source in the enterprise has really increased. On the same lines, MySQL has another version that we call as the enterprise version. That's our paid version. So we love all MySQL users, whether you're using our free version or our paid version. But the paid version does come with a lot of additional features and functionality, especially around security, that is built into the product. And you kind of like don't have to look at other tools to try and make a really secure solution. I've listed down a few of the features, and then I have some, you can find out more about this on the web, but basically all the key things like transparent data encryption, MySQL audit, firewall, enterprise masking, a single pane of glass to monitor your entire MySQL estate, all that stuff is available through the MySQL Enterprise Edition at a very small nominal cost compared to commercial editions of other database software. One other area that we have been focused around is to maintain our popularity with developers, and focused on how to make developers make it easy for developers to work with MySQL. And we've been consistently receiving feedback that MySQL, you're doing too too many updates. You have a lot of new versions coming up, whereas I've got production environments running on MySQL, and I can't keep doing updates and patches on a regular basis. So right now, our current version is 8.0.31. The next MySQL release that we have will be what we are going to call as a long-term support release. And that product will have regular bug fixes and patches, but it will be supported for a minimum number of 8 years, 3 years on extended support and 5 years on premier support. So if you're running an environment where you want complete control, you want complete visibility on, and not have to do regular changes, and don't have to cope with the update and patch update madness on a regular basis, you can pick the long-term support release as your product. And if you're the kind of customer who wants to look at the latest and the greatest update and be able to have the latest innovation, we're also going to have innovation releases. We're going to make it easy to migrate between the LTS release and the innovation release, but you can pick and choose what you want, which world do you want to live in. That, I think, will hopefully give developers the confidence to continue building their applications on MySQL. And then finally, we've also created this marriage between the most popular open source database, which is MySQL, and the most popular development environment, which is Visual Studio. And we've put all features of MySQL Shell in Visual Studio Code, so you can get everything that MySQL Shell does to manage and configure your database, but with GUI now that we have MySQL Shell for VS Code. And then finally, we also added REST service architecture, so you can talk to your MySQL database through the MySQL router. It's supported on OpenAuth 2. Provides row-level security, great way to serve up JSON documents. A lot of innovation. Actually, there was a MySQL summit back in Redwood Shores just 2 weeks ago. So we have had so much of innovation, and I really encourage all of you to come to the different MySQL sessions tomorrow. We also created a launch an operator for Kubernetes. This product is developed by the same team that builds the InnoDB cluster. And it's currently a level 3 operator, but it automates all the major tasks of deploying InnoDB cluster in a Kubernetes environment. Our hope and our long-term goal is to continue to develop the operator and move it to a level 4 operator, which will have provide more insight around alerts, around logs, etc. So watch out for this space. And I think one of our other sessions tomorrow is about using the operator in a Kubernetes environment as well. Moving on, all the stuff that I've spoken about is so far is stuff that we have been doing on-premise. And if you're following cloud databases, MySQL has had some really great innovation with a product called MySQL HeatWave, which has attracted a lot of press attention over the last few quarters. So MySQL HeatWave Cloud Service is a service that's available on Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. It's a 100% managed service. So whatever typically a DBA does, we do it for you, so that the DBA can focus their attention on the application side of the house, and all regular OS patching, network management, etc. is done by the service in an automated manner. The HeatWave Cloud, MySQL HeatWave is what we are calling a single database for OLTP, OLAP, and ML. As we said earlier in this talk, right, and we showed you that MySQL is extremely popular with social applications, e-commerce applications. Now imagine you have an e-commerce application connected to MySQL HeatWave, which is, as I mentioned, a single database for OLTP and OLAP. Because of inbuilt machine learning, that your customer who's out looking to buy something on your e-commerce application will get real-time recommendations on other products that they can buy. Because again, it's a single database, you can run analytics without ever having to move data out of your transactional environment, putting it into a single purpose analytics database. So there's no ETL required at all. HeatWave works with the standard machine learning tools that AI enthusiasts are familiar with. It also works with visualization tools like Oracle Analytics Cloud, Tableau, etc. So one single place to do everything. If you built your transactional workloads on MySQL, this is a really good solution for you, and you don't have to think about any ETL activity to work on MySQL transactional business anymore. On a high availability standpoint, on the cloud, deploying a HA cluster is very simple. When you open the OCI console and you're trying to provision, creating your DB systems, you just choose hey, I want a HA cluster, and the system will kind of create those clusters for you. So it's as simple as that. And if you're wondering how does this product compare from a pricing standpoint with everything else that our competitors have, we ran some standard TPCH queries on a benchmark and found that it's way faster than AWS Aurora. And because it's faster, and is already priced cheaper, customers can actually save a bunch of money. So that's with Aurora, and this is with Snowflake, which is a purpose-built analytics database. We show a lot of price leadership there as well. And then initially, when we launched with HeatWave, we just had one particular shape available. And now we're announcing more shapes available on the basis of customer demand, adding more capability to improve price performance, adding more data handled per node as well, all the while continuing to demonstrate price leadership. Now switching gears and talking a little bit about automation, and what are we doing on that front. So MySQL HeatWave has something called MySQL Autopilot, which is machine learning powered automation. So when you're starting to use MySQL HeatWave, it looks at the information that you provided while creating the database system and gives you a recommendation, how many nodes you should have, what should be the shape of the node. It looks at your data and figures out how can it load this data quickly in a parallel way in the memory of the HeatWave nodes. And once the advisor has finished creating this system for you, it continues to kind of like monitor in an automated fashion that entire system. If a node fails, it detects that a node has failed. It will automatically provision another node. It will automatically load data onto that other node, and basically automates most of the regular tasks that you would have to do. And after the system is up and running, it continues to monitor it. It continues to check what have you provisioned for, what is your actual usage looking like. Should you be scaling your system up? Should you be scaling your system down? So all these facilities are already integrated in the autopilot. So analysts have been extremely positive with their praise around MySQL HeatWave. I have some quotes here that from IDC may very well be the single greatest innovation in open source cloud databases in the past 20 years. And I would encourage you folks to go to oracle.com/MySQL and read some of these analyst white papers, so to speak, for yourself. We have a lot of customer testimonials there as well. We have a lot of early adopters for HeatWave. And actually not just early adopters, now people are putting production workloads on HeatWave. And we have quite a few case studies out there, and I would really encourage you guys to go look at those. At FOSSASIA, we have these 5 sessions where all the things that I spoke about just in one slide, people are going to spend 50 minutes going deep into them and kind of like having a deeper discussion with you on that. So I'm really hopeful that you guys show up tomorrow in large numbers to all these different 5 sessions and talk to more knowledgeable people than me as to what really makes all these technologies work. And then finally, if you haven't done already, go create a trial account for MySQL HeatWave. There's $300 of free credits. Look at it, play around with it, ask questions on community forums, and get started. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandeep. Yeah, I'm also very impressed by HeatWave. I read like people are saving a lot of money. They speak it different in English, different in German, and I never know which way you use to transcribe your name from Cyrillic to Latin characters.
It should be written with KH, so Michaev.
Michaev.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not in German, Michaev, no.
Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, so great to have you, but you are based in Latvia, or where are you based?
Me personally in Uzbekistan. So,
in Uzbekistan.
But I will talk about that later a little bit. We have lots offices now,
Okay.
and as well as here in Singapore.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I leave it to you. Everything is in your presentation. Let me take off this thing, and then.
Thanks.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Only office, I think, like many years you're already on board and supporting
Many.
FOSSASIA, and you're connected also to many other people here at the event. Very glad to have you here. Welcome, Alex.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you personally, first time personally, yeah. And to talk about one of the most important issues facing the businesses in 2020s. I mean, document collaboration. So my name is Alex, I'm with OnlyOffice, and I'm responsible for the professional services. For the next few minutes, I will try to take you through challenges of the document editing and how OnlyOffice can help your team to overcome them. So let's get started. The pandemic has had a significant impact on the way we work. So now the employees prefer to work from home, and remote work is now more relevant. So now all remote workers need to be able to work on their documents from anywhere, to collaborate on their documents and to ensure the security of their documents. But all of these challenges can be difficult to overcome without using right software. So, but with OnlyOffice, you can ensure effective teamwork regardless of where your team is located. We have identified 4 main tasks for us in 2023. So first one is security. It is very important. So with this growing number of the security threats, it is important to make the document collaboration as secure as possible. The second one is the document collaboration itself. So we would like to make the software that help you to organize collaboration. So everyone should be able to work with their teammates on the documents. Thirdly, usability. We would like to provide an excellent, I'd like to say, brilliant user experience. And finally, flexibility and integrations. And this is, I think, the key point. We would like to make our software accessible for everyone, regardless of their platform or their device. Let me tell you a little bit about OnlyOffice. What is OnlyOffice? It is an open source project focused on secured and advanced document editing. So it comprises the editors for text documents, slides, sheets, PDF files, and of course, digital forms. So OnlyOffice has Office Open XML as a core file format. And it also has a single engine for desktop, mobile, and web versions. And you can switch from offline to online and vice versa. That's very important. In 2022, we had, I guess, 3 major releases and more than 5 intermediate hotfixes. So we do love making releases. We do love fixing bugs and adding new features. That's true. Now let's have a deeper look at the first point we have identified. So the security. Are you worried about unauthorized access to your important documents? Worry no more. Since version 7.2, OnlyOffice has JSON Web Token enabled by default. What does it mean? It means that everything you need to do is just adding secret part to your host application, to your CMS, to your DMS, or anything else. And that's all. When I take a security step further, just replace the default key with your own value again. It has never been easier to protect your spreadsheets with OnlyOffice. Now you are able to protect your sheets and workbooks. But not only that, you are also able to allow editing only for specific ranges, hide formulas, log cells, or I don't know, there are many options. Version 7.3 takes document editing to another security level. Now you can protect your text document, allowing editing only certain actions. So reading, for example, filling forms, there are many user rights available here. And this sophisticated feature gives you complete control over who can edit or access your document. And now a little bit about the collaboration. Introducing OnlyOffice Forms. What is OnlyOffice Forms? Say goodbye to tedious paperwork routine. Just create model document that contains a lot of different fields like text areas, combo boxes, drop-down lists, and many others. You are able to communicate on your forms with your teammates. Then you can save them if it's necessary. If you need a hard copy, just export it to PDF. That's all. And we, in version 7.3, we have added a new functionality. Now you are able to create and assign recipient roles for form filling. What does it mean? It means that it is more comfortable to end user to identify which fields to fill out. We also have added some new fields like date and time with various display options, zip code and credit cards. Yeah. Are you looking for free and easy to use templates, form templates? We have good news. It is OnlyOffice free forms library. It has lots of different forms in different languages. And almost everything that you need to automate your paperwork process. If you cannot find the right form, just let us know. We will create it for you. Or if you are interested in placing your form into the library, again, let us know. We will add the information that you are the author of that form. We will place the link to your, I don't know, to your website, to your WeChat or anything else. We have lots of partners who already have their forms in our library. The next very important news, I think it's a new live view mode. Now you are able to open documents, spreadsheets, or presentations in view-only mode, but you are able to see what's happening in real time. So all changes are visible. There is no need to wait to click on Save, on Refresh button, or anything else. Almost the same for OnlyOffice spreadsheets. Here, cursor display a new option that allows you to see the selections of your teammates marked with different colors. Again, everything for co-editing. We know that version history is very important when you edit your documents. And this is why OnlyOffice document spreadsheet editors now have that option. So you are able to dig into your drafts to look for an old version and restore it if it's necessary. A little bit about commands. Now you're able to sort all commands in the document, to sort by date, by time, by author, or alphabetically. We do have two new modes for displaying changes in the review mode. So the first one is when you click and all changes are displayed in balloons. And the second one is when you hover your mouse over the changes, it's displayed in tooltips. What about usability enhancement? So we have updated our fonts engine. That's very important right here. Say hello to Hearthbus texts fonts library. So it allows us to use new scripts. Now we do support ligatures. Now we are able to combine few symbols into a single one. You know what is it? And now we do support many new languages. Bengali or Sinhala are supported now, and we are continuously working on that. OnlyOffice is all about customization, all about usability, and this is why we do support dark themes, but not only that, we do support dark contrast customizations, and we can enable dark mode or light mode depending on your operating system changes. There are lots of changes in the OnlyOffice docs. So, for example, you can use local files and URLs when working on mail merge. The hyperlinks can be corrected automatically, and the work with shapes is being more convenient. We do support all the spreadsheets, and what's very important, search and replace engine has been updated. It is now more powerful and more comfortable to use. New features in spreadsheets, just few: query tables, print preview, or hotkeys for paste specials. Just few of them. And of course, editors haven't left behind. So we do support now full animations. We do have new tabs for working with transitions. Again, hyperlinks can be auto-corrected, and all the spreadsheets can be inserted. And the last version, 7.3, allows you to insert smart art objects, to use Unicode and LaTeX equations, and what's very important, to use watch window. That's an option that allows to work on your formulas with corrections, with checking the formulas before applying them in spreadsheets. OnlyOffice is designed to work on all file types, on all formats. We do have Office Open XML as core file format, and we do our best to support all objects and all attributes of that format, of the standard. We have created two new formats. The first one is docxf, where F stands for form. That is a template of the file, template of the form. You are able now to work on the form, to share it, and then, if it is ready, you can share it with anyone, saving it to ready to fill out all form format. We do also have new viewers for PDF, XPS, and Deja Vu files. Here you can use new page thumbnail panel and new navigation bar. And all PDF files can be converted to docx and all other file types, except for PDF-A. I don't know who does use PDF-A, but anyway. So all slides can be exported to PNG or JPG images. PPSX files are also supported for viewing. And now my favorite part, integrations. As I said already, we want to make our software accessible for everyone, regardless of their platform or device. And this is, we do have more than 30 integrations external with different DMS or CMS platforms, electronic learning platforms, and many, many others. But the first integration is the integration with our own solution, OnlyOffice Workspace. What is OnlyOffice Workspace? Is a collaboration platform that allows you to use different productivity applications with CRM, project management, calendar, mail, and many, many other modules. And here we use our docs editors as default document editing engine. It has been updated when talking about that integration. And now new integrations. The first one is Moodle. It is very important. I know that lots of universities around the world are using that platform. We do already have it. And 3 integrations with frameworks like Strapi, WordPress, and Drupal. So if you are using one of these frameworks for your website, you are welcome to give a try to OnlyOffice. What about Moodle? It is available in the official Moodle plugin store. So all documents attached to Moodle courses can be edited with OnlyOffice now. And you are also able to collaborate on them if that's necessary. Of course, we do not forget to update our existing connectors. Here you can see, I think twice, maybe 3 times per year, we release new versions of every connector. So C-File, LifeRay, Alfresco, there are lots of them. And we have welcomed new platforms. For example, Tulip for open source agile management, Langage Français for organizing French-speaking community, and Flink ISO for quality management software. Now a little bit about plugins. Who doesn't love a good plugin that can enhance your, for example, work on the documents? I'm sure that there is no need to explain what is Jitsi, but now we do have integrations with these 3 handy platforms. Now you are able to organize voice call or video call right within the document editing software. The next plugin is Draw.io. Unleash your inner artist using that plugin. So draw diagrams, mind maps, or charts. Good news for Markdown fans. We have Doc2MD plugin. Now your text can be saved, can be exported as Markdown. And of course, last but not least, ChatGPT. So here there is not about the hype run the ChatGPT. That's just a small plugin for using text generated with ChatGPT in your documents. If that's necessary, you're welcome to use it absolutely for free. And all these plugins can be installed from our official marketplace. What is marketplace? You can look for plugins, you can install them, you can remove them directly from the editors without closing them. A little bit about new macros. We have examples for working with Google search, for importing CSV and TXT data, and again, for example, for using ChatGPT. As I said already twice, we want to make our software accessible for everyone regardless of their platform. And this is why we do have lots of distribution forms and packages. And good news, OnlyOffice Docs is now available as a service, as a cloud service. There is no need to host, to customize, to install anything. Just go to OnlyOffice webpage and register OnlyOffice Docs. Good news for ARM fans, OnlyOffice Docs and Document Builder are available when using devices on ARM architecture. And we are proud that our desktop editors are included into many operating systems. Many operating systems. Here are just a few of them. And I'd like to pay your attention to the fact that we have compatibility certificate with China's operating system, Kylin OS. Our software can be provided as a service by different service providers like Alibaba, OVH Cloud, or AWS Marketplace. We are glad to be involved in some technological launches. For example, Minis Forum and Manjaro Linux have created their own mini PC, UM350, with OnlyOffice Desktop pre-installed. And the same for Murena cell phones. They do provide our software in their ecosystem for editing their documents. If you are using Angular or React or Vue, you are welcome to use one of our examples. There are few available on our webpage. And one very good news for developers. We have created a new API class to access documents from outside, from external interfaces. Now you are able to communicate with the content of your document without relying on document editor buttons, just using API methods. A little bit about Document Builder. We have updated .NET Doc2Render library to make more comfortable, working with Document Builder if you have application written in .NET. And a little bit about our team and our locations. We now have new offices here in Singapore, in Armenia, in Uzbekistan, and in Serbia. Our team is growing, and that helps us to provide high-quality technical support, high-quality professional services. That is very important for us. Again, we are here in Singapore. We are glad that we have won Cloud Content Management Award in Cloud Computing Insider Awards. And it is an honor to be recognized as one of the most important cloud content management platforms. And thanks. And a little bit about our future plans. We do have lots of plans. We do have plans to add new features. We do have plans to add new options. But we also do have plans to make new products. And this is why we are working now on a new product called OnlyOffice DocSpace. What is it? We know almost everything about editing documents, about co-editing documents. And this is why we have created a new product. It is a new way to collaborate on your documents in the rooms called in the space is called rooms. So you can collaborate with your teammates. You can share your documents. You can invite new users. You can customize the rooms. And what is very important, this product can be integrated into your solution. We do have plans to include end-to-end encryption, and our forms are also can be integrated into that product. That is absolutely new way how to co-author your documents, how to work with your teammates. We do have lots of plans. We do have plans to add right-to-left support. We do have plans to add new languages in the interfaces, to edit documents on mobile devices in a new way, in a brand new way, and to add digital signatures. Again, talking about the previous product on the Office doc space, digital signatures are also supported. Thank you a lot for your time. So we have a booth downstairs. If you are interested, just come. We can show you everything you need or you are interested in. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. And how long will you stay in Singapore? 3 more days.
3 days, yeah.
Okay, great. So yeah, time to catch up and learn more about this, about Only Office. Been using it for years. Thank you very much. Cool. And yeah, before the lunch break, we have the last session. Okay, cool. So, and yeah, how long will you stay? Like just Alex, how much time do you have in Singapore? I'm sorry, here, yeah.
Until Sunday.
Until Saturday. Okay, that's great. And I heard that you are working like with quite a few people in Singapore together. So there will be a hardware track. We had a lot of interest, a lot of people wanted to join that hardware track. That will be on Friday, and also a few more sessions on Saturday. You will have a longer session there, but we have a short peek in your work right now. So thank you very much for sharing about this. Johan, thank you.
So yeah, thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be here to give a short intro about like open source silicon ecosystem. And so my name is Johan Eufrosine. Online I go by Propi. I joined Google like in 2011, so a little bit more 12 years ago. I've been doing developer relation there. So I'm a developer relation engineer, meaning that I'm focusing on improving the developer experience for a variety of Google developer products. I started working on some of the cloud developer product of Google first. Then I worked a little bit on Android too, and more recently I've worked on IoT and hardware things. This year, or last year, I joined a new team at Google called the Hardware Toolchain team. And my presentation is about like what this team is doing and how we are trying to build an open source silicon ecosystem. So like our team mission is that it's to make custom silicon easier to build for everyone at scale, just like software. Like if you can think of something like, I know many of you are also developer and you're familiar with like some optimization file that you can, flag that you can pass to your compiler. And sometimes you go, you max like those optimization possibility. And there is nothing that you can do in software to optimize further. So our vision is that we'd like you to help you to go to the next step, to help you to optimize your stuff in hardware. And usually the gap between jumping from a software product to a hardware product is pretty big. And we'd like to make it that as easy as just changing your compiler flag. So we're not there yet, but that's like the vision. So imagine that you have an optimization flag and you can like say that you want to optimize stuff in silicon and then give you the hardware design to optimize like that translation unit. And in order to get there, we found out that there are like missing pieces. So in ICCAD in 2020, like the team founder actually like released a paper there called "The Missing Pieces of Open Design Enablement." He identified like 4 things that are missing for creating like an open ecosystem in hardware that could strive as much as the software one. So first, like open source PDK. So in software world, we take it for granted that we have like some open source SDK and library that we can build or work on. And often like our work is consist on remixing like a few libraries that we want to produce something original. Like it doesn't really work like this in hardware. Like the very lower level of the stack, which is a PDK, you can think of it as an SDK for hardware. It's the thing that defines like the specification of the foundry, of the process of the foundry, the thing that will allow you to manufacture something with that foundry. It's the interface of the foundry. And those things currently require, most of them require an NDA. And so like you can't even start developing your hardware project until you sign a contract with the foundry. The other thing is like, and so we realize that if we want to allow people to do custom hardware, we have to have open source PDK. The other thing is the silicon toolchain. So we take it for granted in software that most of the compiler or debugger or optimization tool are open source. And you can run it on any computer and you can run it in the cloud. Like it doesn't really work like this in it wasn't really working like this in hardware like a few years ago. Like most of the tools were proprietary. You had like prohibitive license costs to get started. And even more important, you couldn't run like those tools really freely on the cloud or on weird architecture. The other thing is that like because there is this bottom of the stack with the tooling and the PDK that were mostly proprietary, it meant that basically all the building blocks that people were building on top of those two were also tied to proprietary solutions. So there was like very little reuse of like other people and sharing between people design. And the last thing is like it costs a lot to manufacture silicon. It can cost like tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of dollars to just do like a simple batch on a very, very old technology. It could cost like as millions of dollars to do something on a more modern process. Meaning that the cost of error is huge. Like if you make a design mistake, like it's going to cost you like thousands or millions of dollars. And so it's really prohibitive for people to get into that field because like in order to learn something, you have to make errors. And if this error cost you a huge amount of money, you're not really incentivized to learn this. And so we identify that if we basically provide open source PDK, an open source silicon toolchain, if we provide an easy way for people to generate blocks that they can share and reuse, and if we provide them with cheaper and faster manufacturing option, we can create like our bootstrap an open source ecosystem that could be comparable with software. And so that's what we try to do with that team. So we partner with a few foundry across like the world. So the first one is Skywater. And we managed like to convince them to open source a PDK for one of their older 130 nanometer technology. So there is like 2 variants of the PDK. So there is a Sky 130A, that's like a regular CMOS process, and there is the Sky 130B, which is as the same process with a ReRAM cell, so resistive RAM capability added. And that was like 2 years ago. Last year, we managed to convince another foundry, Global Foundry, to open source their PDK for their 180 nanometer technology. So it was very important for the ecosystem because like we went from 1 to 2. So the gap between 0 to 1 was big, but and a lot of the tooling actually started like supporting like this Skywater PDK. And the gap between 1 to 2 was also very big because like all the tooling had to kind of remove the things that were specific to Skywater to start like supporting another PDK. And like this year, there was also something that was very good for the ecosystem that happened. So we had this foundry in Austria called IHP that released their open source PDK, an open source PDK for their 100 nanometer technology without talking to our team at all. So before, like Google kind of went to this foundry, tried to lobby them or convince them to open source this PDK. And with HP, we had like the first example of an organic release of a foundry that didn't consult at all with us and that start releasing like their technology. And later this year, we hope that we'll be able to release like a 90 nanometer PDK for the Sky 90 FD process. And so once you have the PDK, you can run like a toolchain on top of it. And so we support like many of those open source tools from that ecosystem. There is tool that we develop ourselves. So like for example, XCS is an high-level synthesis toolkit that Google developed in-house. And that we make sure that this tool like support like the various PDK that got open sourced. We rely for synthesis on a tool called Yosis that's very well known also inside the FPGA ecosystem. For place and route, we rely on OpenRoad and with a flow called OpenLane. And for the last step, which is producing a file that you send to the foundry for manufacturing, we rely on Magic and Kellyot. And so all this kind of toolchain give you an idea on how you can go to a high-level description that's really close to source code that describe the functionality that you want to accelerate. So in our case, like it's a X file. That's, it's a syntax like close to Rust that allow you to describe like an algorithm that you want to create hardware for. And then you go to Verilog, which is like something that gets really tied to, it's basically, it can get synthesized into a netlist that match like the process that you want to use. And then like this netlist get blast with like the cell on natural silicon die, and that's like what the left and the def are about. And then you stream that into a GDS format, which is describing the actual polygon that are being sent to the foundry for fabrication. And like all this toolchain can allow you to like produce this file like using all the open source tool. And once you have the PDK and you have the tool, you still need a way to manufacture those chips. And like I mentioned before, like it could cost like tens of thousands or maybe like hundreds of thousands of dollars to manufacture chip on those old, even of those older technology. So we started for the 2 years. We've been running like an open MPW shuttle program that basically come from no cost to the community. Like the community only need to produce like an open source design that's reproducible with the open source tool to enroll into that program. And we've been selecting like 40 projects on each shuttle round to get manufactured. And so like at the end, like you get like a board like this with a little custom silicon chip on it. And you can like start like validating that the silicon result that you have actually match like the intent of your design. Like every single chip come with a user area that you see here, where you can put your own logic, and a little like RISC-V chip on the bottom that can help you like troubleshoot your design. And that's like one of the picture of the wafer that got manufactured on one of the first run. So we've seen an increasing engagement from the community on the shuttle. So we run like 9 shuttles on this program. And like here you can see like we started with only like 40 projects, like then 55, and on the last shuttle we had as most as 150 projects that got submitted. And so it means that we have accumulated like a pool of more than 700 designs that are fully open source and reproducible with the open source tool. So the tool have changed a lot, so it could be challenging to reproduce like one of the earlier one with like the newest version of the tool. But still the source is available, like anybody could like look at the project and anybody could try to reuse like the bits that are there. And we've seen engagement from all over the world on this program. So that's like kind of a picture of like the breakdown of project by country for one of the latest run that we run, like GF MPW0. And so it's not only the United States, we've seen like very good engagement from country in APAC, like Japan, India. And currently we are busy with the community trying to bring up like the silicon for the second shuttle, the MPW2 one. And here you can see various examples of people like playing with the board, like validating like that silicon is actually working, and like kind of posting like the result online. I wanted to showcase like 3 projects that we've seen on this second shuttle where we've got like good result. So that one is like from an actual professional, like a SOC designer from Intel that has like 20 experience in hardware design. And so he did like this little RISC-V microcontroller that's compatible with Arduino. And like it has like an SDRAM memory controller on board. It also have a Quad SPI like interface. And he was able like to get like his chip booting and validate that the silicon was working. And something that he said is that he has been in this industry for a long time. He wouldn't think that it will be possible for him to kind of build like a custom silicon directly from his home, like from his home laptop, and being able to manufacture it for free. So someone else that I thought was like worth bringing up was like GetCat with like their the project that they did with their university from the LDberg University. So what they did is that they did a custom FPGA. So they implemented like an FPGA fabric using the Skyweather program. You've seen the case of Skyweather process. So there is a tiny amount of loot there. It's only 100 loots, but the achievement is impressive because here they were able to run like a custom FPGA logic using an open source FPGA toolchain, targeting a chip that didn't exist before now, running on a FPGA, a custom FPGA fabric. So the amount of things that could fail there inside that stack is like impressive. Like the toolchain could possibly not work, like the design could be flawed, like the silicon could also be problematic. And like they were able to validate that silicon and validate. And here you see like in the middle, they have a little FPGA demo that ran on their fabric and that show it working. And so yeah, that was like impressive that they managed to get that working on a brand new open source PDK. And the last one is like kind of deal well into the narrative of democratizing IC fabrication. So it comes from an online course called 0 to ASICs, where they actually, instead of using like the whole chip area for just one design, what they did is that they ran that course online without really asking us for any permission. But they just entered like our shuttle and not submitted one design, but submitted 16 designs from the school, this course into one project slot. And like most of the people on that, I think like 12 of the people of the 16 were actually first-time designer. They never did an hardware design before. And they were going through that course curriculum and at the end like were able to submit their own design. And so it also showed like how the community can, if you give like the community like constraint, like for example, you can fit like inside that amount of silicon area, they will build like their own process and their own learning material, and they will kind of adapt to this constraint and try to build something else. And I mean, I think it's very impressive what they managed to do here, because they managed to get a lot more people on top of this infrastructure that we set up with better learning experience that we could have built. Okay, so the other thing I want to tell you is to, like, please, if you're interested in hardware, like, feel free to join this community. We have a Slack channel with more than 4,000 members in it, and we have, like, this website called developer.google.com and this blog post that explains a little bit more. And I have a talk about that where I will actually go inside running those tools with you on Friday. So if you're interested, feel free to come there. Yeah, sorry, I went over.
Okay, thank you very much. And yeah, more on Friday, definitely. Also know you work with, oh, they will all be there. Cool. We now have a lunch break. The lunch is sponsored by
makes open source regulation and rules in China by Chinese, and making it fun and making good for the open source regulation in China. It is very good thing for the society.
Continuation of the event. Then we are back
And
here
also
in
in
the
China, in user side, of course, China is a very, very young country. Almost all of them are in 20s and 30s, 80s, and all after 98. Companies joining new young members, particularly students. Many Chinese universities also including the open source course on the university. They make sport and they make community, they make code of conduct. That totally open source ecosystem study on the university. And full-time engineer also joins the lot. How you earn money for open source development? They support for the open source community and culture. Chinese big company current big donation for the Linux Foundation and Apache Foundation. If the engineer contribute a lot for the open source, many companies oppose them. I think they are very good running from the Google and Microsoft and Western huge companies way of the open source. Current Chinese huge company also support that. Culture also inclusive. This is an ask for the Chinese open source users. Why do you use open source software? Previously, just free, no need to pay is most important. But now, transparency is most important. Second one is a philosophy. Third one is a save the time, better way to develop. People understanding what is open source, what is the merit for the open source, what open source could change the technology. And also summarize the company from company side to open source. Big tech company did the open source division and hired a professional open source committer. This is our financials job board, hired open source enthusiasts by Alibaba, Oppo, Huawei, JD.com, and Hikvision, making hardware company, software company, hired a professional open source committer. This is one of the examples. Alibaba Cloud open source headquarters, they have the huge open source programming office, OSPO, and they need more higher engineer and open source advocate. Make good code and how to make good code by the community is most important for the Chinese companies. But this is you know already some example of open source software by Chinese. It is Vue.js is the most famous open software from China in Japan. I saw 40 books about Vue.js in Amazon Japan. And after design, this is a React-based UI toolkit. 4,400 stars gathered on GitHub. And open source based startup company also very famous in China. This company called PinkCap, software cost TiDB. They raised $2,200 million in Series D on funding. They are both from China, but their branch in Singapore already, New York already, Japan already, and I heard them CTO's presentation at the China Open Source Conference. He said, beginning of era of TiDB, coin time on GitHub is only Chinese data. But now, almost 20 hours, 365 days, continuous commitment from all over the world. That's the reason why TiDB is global software, and TiDB is more mandatory software for the society. That's the reason why they did the funding. PinkCap company is providing software as a service platform for the users and still supporting the community. Same business model as Heroku, Docker, and Elasticsearch is China completely copied that business model in there. And this is a chart from the Chinese venture capital. Fundraising OSS company, PinkCap, and some companies called unicorns already. And Chinese fund focused on open source. Because we, Kai Venture and Rose Kaiser members, sense for the business. It's a proprietary software from China, how to make the market work. Very, very, very hard. Extremely hard. But open source, open standard from China, more easy to go into global. And many Chinese companies not need the fee from IP, we need a more de facto standard, we need a more de facto building together. That's the reason why China government and the Chinese company focus on more and more open source. This is most important slide we might share from Yunqi Capital Chinese VC. They told current open source 3.0 era for the business. The beginning of open source 0.0 is typical software is a GNU and Linux. Almost no business model, but just for fun. I really like just for fun. And also just to change the society. This is the most primary important of the purpose. And second one, run Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP era. Building the software, building the solution, building the service by only open source software, and doing the same business as software development. This era is almost the same as normal company. Use for free, support for the pay is a version 1.7. And version 2.0, the software as a service era, Cloudera, Confluent, Kafka, these makes community better, makes software as a service better, makes a good service by the community. This is a very good way from Apache Software Foundation. They saw the community over code. Makes good community, they contribute and renew the software load. That's the reason why we pay the fee for the software as a service. Then now, newest one, open source software 3.0, like MongoDB, Databricks, also PickJab and TiDB. This is just a cloud native, OS open source software, just a platform as a service model. Scalable, distributed, cloud service business model, almost all solution is open source. Very hard to find a proprietary, but we still pay for the software. Currently, community is most important. How developing the software is most important. Proprietary or open source is not so important. If you making the global community, if you make the big developing power, if you can hire a million engineer, you can do the proprietary. But very hard. Google also sometimes doing the open source because Google people are also very clever. Google is brilliant engineers there, but they know although Google is much better. That's the reason why they're choosing the open source. And also community side, our community is still growing. Open Infra Foundation is a global community. Project member is Huawei, Tencent Cloud, and the group Alibaba. We are working together with Sony Ericsson, Facebook, WinRAR, Red Hat, Microsoft. In the open source side, Western people and Eastern people working together to make a platform. Probably Open Infra Foundation's real purpose is making very good cloud software expect answer. And many projects from China, incubation by Linux Foundation, Apache Software Foundation, Cloud Native Foundation. Last year, Linux Foundation makes 15 projects incubate already. That 15 projects is all coming from China. And also, Open Foundation was there. This is a powered by Tongbo from Xinbu. China government supported the open source foundation. They are official foundation. They can make the regulation. They can make the law for the open source in China. And they build the license, incubate open source software from China, and push open source culture from the government, and for the university and the company, and makes law support in open source. This is one of the examples from the Open Atom Foundation. They make the new license, Mulan software, permission software license version 2, Mulan PSL. This is almost similar to Apache license, but more China friendly. Because in China, some system is different from the United States. This software, this license is good for the Chinese society. And also dual language, both English and Chinese compatible. This license purpose means makes contract from Chinese company to overseas company using the same license for the open source. This license is initiative or authorized already to open source initiative approved. And we Chinese making new one for the GPL style license for China. And also open source hardware style. Well-known Chinese style copycat called Shanzai. The China company makes a lot of copy. But this Shanzai style is transforming now to the Gonkai. Later, Banifa will come into share his way. These two words is an idea from Banifa. New Shanzai engineers and entrepreneurs are helping the Chinese tech giants such as Xiaomi, Oppo, and the Hackingware robot. I try to explain about that, where the Shanzai come from and where the Shanzai hacking was. Shanzai means Chinese style open source hardware, but design sharing, not being based on license. That's the reason why open source. Open source. We share the design, we share the sometimes we share the hardware, and we share the IP. This is a function is similar as open source, but not based on license. Current Chinese company is focused for transforming share IP, share product, share knowledge, but based on open source license. Currently, more than 50% of RISC-V premium members are from China. Currently, China is the most popular RISC-V country in the world. You can see some Chinese company was there. Biggest one is T-Head, is based on Alibaba. They sold more 2.5 billion of chips by RISC-V based. And if you have the true wireless earphones there, if that earphone price under $10, keep from China Shenzhen, GLE or Bluetooth. These two companies are very huge advocate for the RISC-V. Currently, RISC-V is common already. If you bought the Bluetooth chips under $10, probably RISC-V chip from China. Alibaba-based chip design company T-Head shipped out 2.5 billion of RISC-V chips. They are more open source. No any Shanghai was there. And less than $10 Bluetooth chips and Bluetooth earphone and Bluetooth speaker. Sometimes pirate about Bluetooth IP, but chipset IP is purely RISC-V. Our company, Switch Science, is open source hardware market. We sold a lot of Raspberry Pi, Arduino, and M5 Stack, ESP32, also PSR. Many open source hardware, RISC-V chips, servers, and sensors from China day by day. I started the business from China from 2014. 2014's high-end hardware is okay, compatible, even cheaper than others. But now the Chinese hardware start from China, I never know yet, I never saw yet new style technology from China, like AI ASIC model and also one chip SoC inside a lot of functions. Shanghai transforming to the public now, day by day. In these IoT developments of hardware is called M5 stack. ESP32 based in screen and battery. Their market is currently bigger than Arduino in Japan. Thanks for the attention. We this activity in FOSSASIA is very good for the and memorable for the Kaiwen. We Chinese open source community want to more and more contribute to the world of open source community. We start from learning. We using a lot of open source, and currently we want to commitment and contribute for the world open source society. We think more and more commitment to the next year, and also not only in Singapore but other society. Mazra Singapore, Mazra Open Source Society. Thank you for coming. ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for your talk. Does any of the audience like to ask questions?
中文都可以啊。日本語でも大丈夫です。You know, I'm based on Japanese. My mother tongue is Japanese.
Excuse me. Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah, you talked about something in Chinese which is an alternative to Apache 2.0, right? So what is the difference between Apache 2.0 which you talked about? The difference between the Chinese version of Apache 2.0 and Apache 2.0.
Oh, okay. Your question is what the difference society open source in Western side or Chinese side, right?
Yeah.
Of course, almost similar, almost similar. But I know in my knowledge, almost all open source license is based on United States. If we find a contractor, we have to bring that into US code. Like in Singapore, I own the license, but you say you are out of the license, very hard to solving that contract. If we need surely solving the contract, we have to go to the US code. But in Chinese version is code in China.
Thank you.
That's the Chinese government support open source. They don't need a Chinese original open source, but they need open source for the Chinese society?
Oh, I was just wondering, you mentioned a lot about government involvement. How is the Chinese government approaching open source different to other governments around the world?
I think China is a more developing centrist by the government. If the China society need open source, China government have to push it. And most of big things is trade war. If the closed secret from China, very hard to sell in all over the world. My company, Swiss Science Market, is only in Japan. Our customer is Japanese. They even my solution is proprietary. Very hard to sell from China. But the open source hardware from China is okay. That company, PitCap also. The PitCap is some American company, Square, and the Japanese payment company, PayPay, also using the, American payment company, Square, and the Japanese payment company, PayPay, also using the Thai DB from China. But that means open source is efficient for the business.
Hi, I'm Caleb. My question is more about what do you think the Japan open source community can learn from what Harrison is doing in China?
I left from Japan around 10 years before and how to update about that. Still, Japanese love open source. Japanese love the open source society and still doing the contribution. But most of the problem of Japanese society, technician and business guys and government is very, very far. You know, if you not do not give any contributor, you definitely can't understand the open source. Government guy trying to do the code to the repository, most important to learn is open source. In here, Singapore and China is better things because many business guys, many government guys know open source and do open source well. In Japan, doing side and thinking and design side is very, very far. This is the largest problem in Japan. I also want to solve that problem. That's I need to advocate open source in the all over the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Takasu, and we're looking forward to your other sections here at the event. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Makasih. Okay, I now over my laptop. Thank you for coming. And please enjoy together for the FOSSASIA after 3 days.
you.